All right, chapter 16. This is chapter on appraisals. Chapter 16 on appraisals. So there's a lot of terminology here and theory that the appraiser has to take into consideration when valuing properties. And we're going to learn a little, we're going to get a little insight on that. We don't give appraisals, but we do give CMAs and BPOs, and we do help people value their properties. So this chapter, we're going to have to learn what the appraiser does. And some of these theories and such we need to understand. We will get quite a few questions between school and state exam on this. So chapter 16, appraisal. All right. So at the end of this chapter, we're going to learn about differences between various appraisal methods, theories of valuation, and explain the 3 approaches to value. And then we're going to learn some math on how to do it. We're going to discuss the profession of appraising and the different license types. So we're going to start off with what is a market, all right? Because when we trying to figure out a value for anything, we got to understand the marketplace we're talking about, right? So what is a marketplace? It's a place where goods can be bought and sold, right? So buyers, sellers come to bring their items and buyers come to buy them, right? But real estate's an imperfect market in that you can't bring the product to a central location where all the people come out to buy it. Instead, you got to take the customer to the product, you know? So it's there's a little lag time between the demand and the availability of the product. And so real estate's a little bit of an imperfect market in that regard. There's a little bit of a lag time in there. Ooh, fancy. So here are the 5 attributes to 5 attributes of land. It's finite in its supply, meaning that no new land is being created, right? Whatever's here is here. It's physically immobile. You can't pick it up, put it in a better neighborhood. It's durable. Land will last forever, even if you drop a bomb on it, right? Now, it is durable, but in rare circumstances, it won't be usable again, if it's, or at least temporarily usable, if it's contaminated or in certain situations, right? But it's basically durable. It'll practically last forever. It has its own unique location and characteristics. You know, one property, location's a big deal, right? For people, you could have a property with a good view, a good low central location to wherever it is that you're working and where you want to be, away from the city, perhaps. I don't know. So location is unique, and that is also useful to people to have value, right? Because if it's not useful to people, what good is it, right? So those are the 5 attributes to value on page 274. It's finite in its supply, physically immobile, it's durable, it's unique in its location, and it's useful to people. Now we're going to learn about a theory of supply and demand. Supply and demand, could that have an effect on the price?
Yes.
Yes.
There's a demand for a product, and there's a very little of that product. What's going to happen to the price?
The price is going to go up.
It's going to go up, right? We all kind of know this theory, and we have some experience with this theory in one way or another for other things, not necessarily real estate, but supply and demand is a theory that's universal pretty much, right? So it's the supply is the amount of goods offered for sale within the marketplace at any given period in time. Demand is the number of people willing and able to buy that product at that particular moment in time. Now, when supply increases, prices will drop. When demand increases, prices will rise. So we have a little better definition of it that we're going to highlight probably on a coming page. I don't know if I have another slide for it. No. So let's turn forward to page 276, and we're going to highlight something under supply and demand. It's just past the center of the page, supply and demand. highlight the first sentence there that basically says this principle states that the value of a property increases if the supply of such property decreases and the demand for it either increases or remains constant, and vice versa. That means the reverse is also possible. I know I got it on a slide somewhere again, but I just didn't see it coming up right away. All right, and then go back to page 274. Now, the word value is the monetary worth of goods, products, or services offered in the marketplace at any given period of time. And value basically means 100%. Value is equal to 100%. Anytime we're talking about value, we want to know 100% of it, don't we? So the word value is 100%. It can be described as the present worth of future benefits. At least that's the way I think they do on an exam question. So the value doesn't remain the same over time, though. It changes with the market. And here's a little tip before we get started into any of this, other than after we highlight at the very bottom of the page, the last paragraph, we're going to highlight in the last paragraph the location of a particular property and people's preference for a particular location is called situs. Okay, but let's get back to this. So we're gonna have the next slide we're gonna have on situs as well. So here's a little tip for you guys. Now your brokers should probably be teaching you how to value properties, but I'm not going to rely on that, and I'm not going to assume that your broker is good at it. So I'm going to give you a place where you guys can take a class and learn it pretty good. I may have mentioned this before in the class, ottawa.com, OTTEAU. This guy, Jeffrey Ottawa, owns this company. He's an appraiser. And this is a whole group of appraisers that they do all these presentations. They aggregate data from all these resources and put together pretty good presentations. And they actually do classes they do classes for us, but they put a lot of these presentations together and reports for all kinds of big companies and Fortune 500 companies and such. But they do put together a class for us as real estate agents on how to value properties. And then they have these quarterly workshops for us as licensees that could show you what's expected to be happening in our market here in New Jersey. These guys are based in New Jersey, so they have they give us these quarterly workshops. Okay, I shouldn't say give, they sell them. It's under $100, it's tax deductible, and it's a class I try to take every year if at all possible.
And it goes under, it could cover our CE, right?
It does not cover all of the CE. It gives you about 3 hours of CE credits, though.
Oh, okay.
I think of the elective credits.
Okay.
Okay. But here's their, you can't see it, but here is their website. This is the Ottawa Group's website. Just to show you a little bit of their references first of their client list before I show you their other stuff, resources that I use, and a lot of other good agents do who want to properly price properties. Here's just a list. Maybe you could recognize some of these Fortune 500 companies that they've done work for. Some financial institutions that they've done work for. Pretty big names up there, huh? You've probably also seen them on the news plenty of times too. Here's developers that they've done research and work for. Real estate developers, I should say. Here's some laundry list of other miscellaneous companies that they've worked for and prepared reports for. A lot of big names up there, huh? They've done work for a lot of governments too, municipalities and such, New Jersey Transit. So there's got to be something they're doing right, right? Law firms that they've done work for, I guess for lawsuit preparedness. Even for our hospital institutions here in New Jersey. So this isn't a fly-by-night company is basically all I'm saying. And their market track reports are pretty good. I subscribe to them and I get them sent to me pretty regular. Here's their 2021 spring CMA workshop. That's what you guys want. The CMA workshops that they have. Looks like they're going to be doing another one. Oh, look at that. It's available right now. You guys got perfect timing. I thought they already did it for the year. They did one earlier this year and they usually only do once a year. They got another one. I think I'm going to schedule to be attending this one too. Next month. Perfect timing, guys. Wow, they dropped the price on it too, because it used to be about $100 and they give you $10 off on it, but if you register early, now they dropped it. Market price subscribers, oh, they broke it into a 2-part class now. Huh. Wonder what that's about. Look, they give you this CMA adjustment guide, Excel template for the presentation and preparing CMAs, so that, to help you out with preparing a CMA presentation for your clients. They give you housing report cards. This stuff is valuable information. You know, what we do is when we value properties, we compare them to similar properties that have recently sold. But no two properties are exactly the same usually that we're going to find as comps. So we have to get similar properties and then we make adjustments for the differences. How do you price the differences? How do you come up with values for the differences? These guys came up with this report that they update regularly for the slightest things, for everything from square footage to condition to how much a half bath or a full bath is worth, or a swimming pool or what have you. How much difference in value does this stuff make on a house? How would you know that? Well, they analyzed the sale of every home in the last year in public and private sales that are recorded in the public record, whether it's through they get that information from tax records, they get it from appraisals, they get that information from all sorts of resources they aggregate it from, and then they compile those reports by breaking it down, the differences in those properties. So I mean, your brokers, if they're just like cherry picking a few properties from the MLS and then doing a comparison and doing a guesstimate on the differences, that's not as accurate. And then they're wondering why their pricing is way off from what the appraiser comes in and does an appraisal, and then they find out why the property is so much less, you know, because they didn't do a proper pricing. Agents that do better pricing have a list to sale price ratio that's on the money. There's not that big of a disparity in their list to sale price ratio. Taking a class like this was going to help you guys out, especially as new agents, and how to price properties. I have no connection to them. Let me give that disclosure. I have no connection to them, whatever. Although I've reached out to them and offered them to teach this in my school. They have no interest. They don't want to have any affiliations. They're just they teach these classes in a hotel. They'll book a hotel somewhere and they'll have these big classes. Now these classes they teach are usually really good because they teach them and then people are still hanging around wanting to ask a million questions till they got to kick them out finally, you know. So that's a good class, you know, when people want to hang around and ask questions still. So these guys are good. I do highly recommend it, obviously. Okay, so enough of my praise on that. I'm just going to make notes that I need to register for this.
Is this online right now? Is this going to be an online class?
I don't know if this one's going to be or not. Let's see. Let's click here to register. It's been a while since I've been to my last one. I'm due. I've been missing them because I've been teaching classes. So I really want to go to this. So
It says join us online underneath the price.
what's that?
It says join us online underneath
Yeah,
the
this
price.
one's going to be, okay, so this one's going to be an online presentation. Yep. But either way, they still supply the materials to everybody. And okay, so they'll teach you through Zoom. Hey, it's better off than having to drive to a hotel somewhere far away, you know. Although I don't care, in person, online, whatever, it's all good. Yeah. All right, so they broke it down into 2 parts though. I am not sure what that's about, or if you got to join both of them. If you want, I'm not sure what each one covers. Let's see, maybe we could. It only says part 1, even when you click on part 2. I guess only part 1's available right now. I don't know what part 2 is about, or if that's just another class that you could take. Attendees for part 1 and part 2 will also receive these bonus materials. I'm not sure if there is a difference or if they're just 2 different classes that they're having for the same thing. Well, there's a different price to it, so I'm going to call them up and I'm going to find out. Either way, I'm going to register, guys, so maybe I'll see you there. These classes are usually very good. I'll show you some of their materials that I use to show, and when I teach these classes, I actually talk about, let's see some of the things they cover in this class. Introduction to basic valuation and principles, understanding the buyer's perspective, guidelines for selecting comparables when trying to value a property, adjusting your CMA for property differences, introduction to applying time adjustments. All right, so basically that's important. Sometimes when we try to find a comparable property that has recently sold, we can't find anything that's recently sold in a neighborhood for this as a particular property we're trying to value as a comparison. So we search back a little bit further in time, but then you have to make adjustments for market change over that time. So that's cool that they're now, they're going to give you a little insight. This is something I don't think they did before. They're going to give you a little insight on how you make those adjustments for time. That's pretty freaking awesome, actually. I bet your brokers won't teach you that. They probably don't even know how to do it. They just search comps and give you a price range and that's it, you know? They do a guesstimate like most agents do. You want to be a good agent with pricing properties properly? There you go, guys. Take a class like this. These classes are very interesting. All right, let's see this class. What's CMA 2 about? It's intended for, because they always had just one class on this, so I'm not sure what this is about. So I'm learning with you here. It's intended for those who have already completed part 1 of our CMA curriculum and want to learn more. Part 2 will go deeper. I see they always know people always hang around, want to learn more, asking a bunch of questions. Process including the mathematical basis for calculating the adjustments, how to address special features on a property. All right, determining the location adjustments from different neighborhoods. So basically sometimes you can't find something in the same neighborhood, you got to go outside the neighborhood a little bit. Well, how do you make different neighborhoods could have different values to them? So how do you make those adjustments? I guess they're going to go over that, how the appraisers do it. Extracting time adjustments, how to handle complex CMA adjustments like age, flood zones, and solar panels. Oh, look, they broke that into a separate class altogether. That used to all be in one class. That's probably why it's cheaper now. They broke it down into 2 classes. Now it's going to be a little bit more if you take them both. All right, salesmanship, they're making a little money there. I can't knock them for that. Special techniques for income producing, but the class is going to be longer then because you got 2 3-hour classes instead of 1 3-hour class that they used to teach it in, or 3-4 hours. Special techniques and income producing properties. So they're teaching you how to deal with commercial properties and valuing them, and dealing with under appraisals. What happens when an appraisal comes in and it affects your transaction because they came in too low? They're gonna give us advice on how to deal with that. I will see you guys there if you join it. I'm going to be there. I'm joining these classes. All right. So there you go. I'm going to leave that open. Now I'm going to show you, I'll share with you some materials that I have from them that they use to value properties. Let me just pull it up real quick. There's a report. I have some older ones from, I mean, I went to their CMA workshop since then, but here's an older one that I just have handy here. CMA I got all their CMA presentations and adjustment guides, and let me just pull out one of their adjustment guides so that you guys can get an idea of what it is, the kind of stuff they give you. So this is one of their CMA adjustment guides here. This is an older one, so it's irrelevant for today. But check this out. You think a house is worth more or less if it's on a busy road?
Less.
All right. Now, how would you figure out how much less? Guesstimate? Well, they figured that based on the sale of every home in this past year, that when they were valuing properties for a home up to $250,000 price range, if it was $250,000 home, you would subtract $10,000 for it being on a busy road. Anywhere in the price range, but less than 250, you would just subtract 4% of its value. Between 250 to 400,000, it's 20,000 or 5%. Up to 750, it's minus 45,000 or 6% for being on a busy road. In a $1.25 million range, you would subtract $100,000 or 8%. And in a $2.5 million range, it's minus 250,000 or 10% of the home's value for being on a busy road. That's based on the sale of every home in those price ranges for that particular feature. How much of an impact did it make on the property's value? I mean, how else would you do it other than guessing, right? This is using empirical data. This is scientific analysis here, basically. Now, what if it's on a quiet road, like a cul-de-sac street? You have privacy. It makes your house worth more. How much more? Well, not quite as much as you would subtract for it being on a busy road, but you could see the exact numbers. So isn't this interesting how they give you this exact numbers for various features? You know, if you have an extra half bath, how much more does that make your home worth? Well, in a house in the $250,000 price range, 1.2% or $3,000. Probably costs you more to install it. See, this just shows you that because you do an improvement to the house doesn't mean that you're going to get all the money back from it. That's too much HGTV BS, where they tell you how much it increased the value. They don't tell you based on the sale of the house because the house didn't sell yet. They're just saying, and the cost was this and the value of the home increased by this. Well, based on who? Based on what information? Did the house actually sell and you know that it increased the value, that particular improvement? A lot of that is BS when you watch. So you got to take that stuff with a grain of salt when you're watching the HGTV stuff. So how much is a full bath worth? You know, they give values for everything from, is it HVAC? Is it single zone or multi-zone? How much of a difference is that going to make in the value? What about having a back porch, screen porch, an enclosed porch, an in-ground pool, wood deck, brick or slate porches, or concrete padding? You know, how much of a difference in value is that going to add to the property? Having fireplaces or energy systems, energy saving systems, they tell you now a formula that you got to calculate in order to figure out the value of that, you know. But this chart will not do you the same justice in a different year. You got to get the one for each year. That's why I say I try to, you know, take this, you know, as often as possible. Anyway, we'll pull back up and revisit that in a little while, but we got some stuff to get through. So let's get back to the class here. And so value, so that's the Ottawa, OTTEAU.com, guys, okay? OTTEAU.com. I'm giving you a good tip here. This is a good class to take. If you notice, the people that go to these classes from Ottawa, it's like an inside thing. Not all agents are aware of Ottawa. The agents that do go and go regularly, I bet you they do better in the business. All right. Those agents that want to stay educated know how to do their job better. right? How do you know how to do your job better? Well, somebody's got to show you how to do it. If you're relying on your broker and your broker ain't that great at it, I mean, where are you getting, right? What you pay for is what you get, I guess, So anyway, value is equal to 100%. Situs, we already highlighted this on the bottom of the page, but we need to know it for exam. Hint, hint. It's a people's preference for location. What are the major factors when affecting value? Location, location, and location, right? So, look, if you're going to be building a house, are you going to just build it on the first cheap lot that you could find? Or are you going to look for a nice location, maybe by the beach, or maybe you prefer it in the mountains with a beautiful view, right? When you find that perfect location, you say, we're going to sit us right here. Okay, so I mispronounced this word. I believe it's pronounced situs in Latin, but I pronounce it situs. We're gonna sit us right here when we find that perfect location. So that's what helps me remember what the word situs means. I pronounce it situs. I like to mispronounce words so that I can remember stuff better. Okay. And I got a little references down here to just some movie references and historical references to, the United States, when it was a country and was still forming, up until the 80s, I believe, late 80s, the United States, up until the late 1980s, the United States was giving away land still to people who claimed it. All you had to do is any land that was not claimed for private ownership could be claimed by an individual, and the government would just give it to you if you would stake your claim on ownership and then start paying appropriate taxes and such on it. They would give away up to 160 acres of land for free, right? You just claim it, that's yours, you claim it, and you work that land, it's your land. All right, so here's some historical information about the land rush of 1889. Which they actually made a movie about it with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman called Far and Away. There's some historic pictures of it. Yes, they did have a camera back then. All right. Remember, they put a little gunpowder up top, give you the flash and big smoke. You guys may have seen them in the movies when they take the picture, and they take it on a metal screen. All right, so in Oklahoma land rush right here, they were giving away, they actually held, it was like a race. Everybody lined up on a line, and then they would do a race. Here's the actual picture from that land rush where, they shoot a gun and then everybody's off. They race off to try to find the pieces of land that have already been measured out with a flag put on them with the number for the lot. And they just got to go get that flag and claim that lot as their own. So basically the big race was on for people who wanted to get a new start, get that free land, and then work it. So you have all these different, areas. Let's see, Native American tribes in the Indian Territory back then as well. You can get a lot of information about this from Wikipedia about that land rush and how it worked in Oklahoma. It's an interesting story. That was a historical of historical significance. Get a little more info about that here. Once again, not stuff on exams, but let me rush through it really quick. All right, so basically the new law came into effect in 1862 by Abraham Lincoln that said a U.S. citizen could get 160 acres of unoccupied land west of the Mississippi River and east of the Rocky Mountains. They could keep that land if they lived on the land for 5 years and made improvements to it. So they basically had to build a house on it. Even though the government's not giving away land anymore like this, there are land auctions still in the United States where the government is auctioning off land super cheap. And sometimes you have states that give away land, the individual states. but they put a requirement on it that you have to build a house on it. Look, all states, they may have certain counties or regions that they have excess land that's not being used. They want to give it or sell it to someone who's going to develop it and use it. Look, we got towns in New Jersey too, but you know, it's usually in New Jersey, it's usually going to be a town like Newark. They'll sell you a piece of land for $1,000 if you build a house on it within 3 years. I think it is something along that nature. Then it's yours. So historically, the government has given away land. He did this land rush like that. It was a race was on. Interesting story, guys. If you want to see any more of it, you could get it from that movie there called Far and Away by Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman were in it. I have a list of movies that have real estate related topics in them on that class links document for you too. Some of them are goofs too, you know. I have one in there that's anybody ever watch a Tom Hanks movie called The Money Pit? That one's a funny one, but it's about real estate nonetheless. All right, so value. There's 4 economic characteristics to value. Value can be described as the present worth of future benefits arising from the ownership of real property. For a property to have value, it must have 4 economic characteristics that we call DUST. So on the right, on page 275 at the top of the page, we're going to highlight the first sentence. For a property to have value in real estate market, it must have 4 basic economic characteristics, DUST. And then I just highlighted the bullet points. Demand, utility, scarcity, and transferability. That's what DUST stands for. Demand means that it's needed or desired by somebody who could afford to buy it. Utility means it's serving some sort of a human need or desire. Scarcity means that it's limited in its supply. And transferability means that the ownership can be easily transferred from one party to the next. Which one of these 4 economic characteristics of value would apply to the situation I'm about to explain to you? Pay attention, pay attention, pay attention. A developer is just built 500 homes down the street, and I want to buy a piece of property. If the municipality will give me a permit that I can put in a combination laundromat convenience store. Which one of these 4 economic characteristics to value would apply to that situation?
Utility.
Utility. Servicing a human need or desire. You got 500 new homes in there. You're going to need a convenience store, a laundromat, right? Exactly. That's the type of way that they would ask a question pertaining to this stuff. So what exactly is an appraisal? It's an unbiased estimate or opinion of value, but it's done based on supportable evidence. It's not just somebody's pulling numbers out of thin air. It's based on supportable evidence using approved methods in order that another person can come in and they could come up with the same price, right? So an appraiser is a trained, licensed person who does not work for the buyer, the seller, or the lender. Okay, they're independent. Their valuation is not dependent on who calls them out or who pays for their service. Okay, so they don't work for anybody. A lot of people think that they work for the lender because the lender is the one that sends them out, but the buyer is the one that pays them. But they're independent. Their fee is paid by the borrower. The lender selects them, and they provide a trained, unbiased estimate of the value of that property. The lender's not going to lend you more money than an appraiser says that the home is worth. Because why? Why not?
Because they'll be losing money if the home were to go back on the market.
Okay, because another way to say what you exactly said was because that property is to serve as collateral for the loan, and they need the collateral to be equal to what, at least what they're lending, right?
Yeah.
So market value, what is market value? It's a price that a ready, willing, able buyer who's not forced to buy will pay a seller who is not forced to sell. Now, the property would have to have reasonable length of time for it to be exposed in the market so people can take a look at it. It's the most probable price that a property will bring. It's based on supportable evidence. We call them comps. It has to be purchased with cash or its equivalent, like a mortgage loan. And the buyer or seller has to be acting without undue pressure. I got to sell because I lost my job, or we need to relocate for work, or we need to get the kids into the school system. You get the idea, right? Valuation is estimated by a real estate licensees or a licensed appraiser. Market value assumes it's an arm's length transaction. All right, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Let's go and do some highlighting. Under market value, in the second sentence, we're going to highlight it. Appraisal is an estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence and approved methods. An appraiser is an unbiased person trained to provide an unbiased estimate of value. Then the next paragraph below it, we're going to highlight the market value of real estate's been defined as the price that a ready, willing, and able buyer who's not forced to buy will pay a seller who is not forced to sell after the property has had reasonable exposure to the market. Now, I'm not going to have you highlight all this, but included in this definition are some of these following key points. So I just had highlight just the bullet point itself straight down, you know, and that's these things that I just went over here. Okay. Actually, not everything is in there. Let me go over this list because some things are missing. Market value is the most probable price that a property will bring. All right. Most probable price the property will bring. Both the payment must be made in cash or its equivalent. Got that. Both buyer and seller must act without undue pressure. I got that. A reasonable length of time must be allowed for the property to be exposed to the open market. I've got that. And both the buyer and seller must be well informed about the property's assets, defects, as well as its potential. Let me see, do I got that? No, I don't have that in there. That's an important point to add in though. You know, how can you properly price a property if you don't know what its pluses and minuses are, what's wrong with it, what its, you know, what its potential is? You can't. So that's a very important point. I do have to add in here, reasonable length of time must be allowed to the property. It's most probable price that a property will bring. Let's reorder this a little bit. Most probable price the property will bring. It's based on supportable evidence. It must be paid for with cash or its equivalent. Had to have reasonable length of time exposure to the market. Buyer and seller are acting without undue pressure. Add another bullet point there. That both parties must be well informed of the property's assets, defects, and potential. Don't you base your offer price based on what's wrong with the property or what's good about it? That's what they're talking about there. Now, market value estimate is based by a real estate licensee. Real estate licensees and licensed appraisers. Market value assumes it is an arm's length transaction. What does that mean? This is important to understand. This will be on exams, knowing what an arm's length transaction is. It's a transaction between two people who are basically strangers to one another. They don't have any kind of a connection. They're not that close. Why is that important? Well, if you're going to be using properties as comparables when determining the value of a property, if the people have a relation to each other, like their brother and sister, or it's your child, what's the chances that you gave them a break on the price?
Very high.
So is that really the true market value of the property?
No.
So you can't really use that as a comparable to price someone else's house, can you? So appraisers have to do their best to try to do research too, to see if there's any relationship between the parties. As a real estate licensee, sometimes you may get a call from an appraiser who's doing appraisals. Sometimes they ask for our help because maybe they're not a member of the MLS in the area and they want to get some, get us to run some comps for them. Or sometimes they ask us for information about one of our listings that have sold, okay? Were there any sales concessions that were included in the sale or things like that? Because they need to be accurate in their appraisals. I've had appraisers ask me this before, and then they ended up sending me a gift card for like Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts or whatever to thank me. They appreciated my assistance in it, and it was totally unexpected. You know, they didn't have to do that. You know, so that was neat. All right. Both buyer and seller have to be well informed about the property's assets, defects, as well as its potential. We just discussed that. I guess I added that to that previous slide, but I created a separate slide just for that. But before we get to this, let's highlight arm's length transaction underneath that bulleted list, and then underline it as well, arm's length transaction, and then highlight to the end of the sentence. So that basically gives the definition of what an arm's length transaction is. That it's between two people who are relatively strangers to one another. Now, I give a little more of an explanation in my definition here, because sometimes people get confused by that definition for some reason. They're like, what does that mean? How could you be relatives and strangers? I actually had somebody ask me. No, you're relatively strangers to one another. That's what they meant, okay? Now, so both buyer and seller have to be well informed about the property's assets, its defects, as well as its potential. So how can you properly price a property without knowing these factors? Very good question. You can't. So I suggest that you always go to a house. Don't price a property you've never been to. How do you know what its current condition is? You could look up and do research and you could see that it sold a couple of years ago in the MLS. But did they maintain it? Did they improve it? Did they let it fall apart? You guys have to go to a house. Do you never take a listing or value a property that you've never been to? We could get an idea of the property's value by maybe running comparables, but we truly won't know if those comparables are legitimate until we actually go to the property, right? Right?
Yes.
All right. Now, the business of value. Here's a neat little guide I put together. This is not here in the book here, but cost relates to the past, price relates to the present, and value relates to the future. Look, often sellers tell you, I need to get this much money for my house because it cost me this much. It cost you that much in the past. That's how much you paid for something. A current buyer does not care how much it was. They care how much it is, right? Price relates to the present. So the value of the property right now would be the price. The market price is what somebody's willing to pay for it now. And value relates to the future. We as real estate agents try to help people determine market value, how much it will sell for, right? So we try to predict the future a little bit based on the past sales. Now, market value is an estimate based on analysis of comparable sales, based on solid data, the evidence. How many bedrooms, how many bathrooms? Are these things similar to this other house? Based on projected sales price, its current value. Market price, on the other hand, is the selling price. It's how much the property sells for. It's what it actually sells for. We as real estate agents and appraisers help people determine what market value is. You could get an appraisal on a property. Does it mean that the property is going to sell for that exact number? No. We're only estimating, it's only an estimate or opinion of value based on supportable evidence. If the house just next, look, if you got two houses next door to each other, they were built by the same builder in the same year, using the same blueprint, they're exact identical duplicates of each other. And if one of those houses sold for 400,000, what should the other one sell for?
Well, 400,000, but we
400,000. That's what common sense would tell you, right? But does that mean that it's going to sell for 400,000? Not necessarily. That's the point that I'm getting at. So we as real estate agents and appraisers would tell you it's worth 400,000 based on that solid evidence of that comparable that just sold next door. But what somebody ends up coming in and paying for it, they could end up paying more or less. So the price, the price it actually goes for, that is the market price. That's the selling price, okay? We do our best to try to predict what it's going to go for based on that solid empirical evidence. But can we make a guarantee it's going to go for that? No. So do not make promises, okay? You ever make promises and you can't keep them? What do you think that seller is going to, their reaction is going to be towards you? Oh, that agent, they didn't do what they promised. They were saying that they were going to sell it. They never did, but you know, they're going to talk negative about you. You have to have a real conversation with them and say, listen, I'm giving you an unbiased estimate or opinion of value using supportable evidence. I'm doing my best to try to value the property with the data that's current in the market. Now, you could always get someone that comes in and pays a little more, or someone comes in and pays less. But it's always going to end up being that no matter what the person comes in and offers you on that property, unless they're buying it all cash, an appraisal of the market value is still important, because a bank is not going to lend that person the money more than what the market value is stated to be. So I sensed that somebody was about to have a conversation with me here about, well, yeah, the one next door should sell for 400, but, right? Well, but what? If they're probably getting a loan, and most people need a loan, right, to buy a house at 400,000, most people are not coming in with a wad of cash to do it, then they're going to need to get an appraisal. And the bank's not going to lend them that money if an appraiser says it ain't worth it, right? That's the message we need to convey to sellers. And sometimes we convey it to them and they're nodding their head. They're like, yep, I got you 100%. But I still want more. And it's like, wait, you just agreed with me. You understood what I just said, right? That people are not going to get the loan to buy the house. They can make an offer for a higher amount, but they're not going to get the loan, so you won't get the money. You understand that, right? I still want to try it higher. You know? So sometimes it's like banging your head against the wall. We got to do our best to try to help people determine the proper value of it. Because if we overprice it, people are going to see that. they're not going to make offers, or they're going to come in here. They're going to be like, oh, that house is definitely not in that price range. And they're gone. They're never going to come back. Okay. Properties get the most exposure for the first few weeks that they're on the market. So it's important to price them properly. Otherwise, that property may be sitting on the market for a long time, even if you make price reductions later. Now, costs is the total fee to construct or improvements that may have been made. So cost has little to do with the current value. Cost relates to the past, remember. Buyers don't care what improvement costs were. They care about the current value, what it is, right? Add that there. They care about the current value. What it is, right? Not all improvements pay for themselves. You know what improvement does? What improvement pays for itself the most? Adding square footage to the house, a bathroom, or remodeling a kitchen?
Adding more square footage to the house.
Probably not.
No?
It'll definitely add value, a lot of value to the house. But are you going to get all, I'm saying, for the money that you put into it, are you going to, which one pays back the most? Are you going to get all that money back, the return that you put in it? Probably not. It will increase the value, but do you get all your money back? Probably not. Remodeling a kitchen, however, does have a lot more bang for the buck to it, to a certain point. We also have something that we're going to be going over called increasing and diminishing returns. What does that mean? Well, if you're starting out with a property value, let me get a slide here. Let me get a blank slide up. What are increasing and diminishing returns? Well, let's just say that we bought a house and it's got a kitchen in it that's horrible. It's unlivable. And here is your baseline of where you're starting out on its value. Now, you could do improvements to the house that will increase its value up to a certain point. And now you start going extreme with your makeover. Everything above this point, which would bring it up to like a great kitchen status, you'll get all of your money back on, all of it. But you start going extreme with the makeover, adding all like fancy features, the touch drawers that automatically close. You start adding like Viking appliances, high-end stuff. Is that going to increase the value of the home? Absolutely. But are you going to get every penny back that you put into it? No. So up until this point, your return is increasing. But anything over that amount, you're kind of going overboard. Your return starts diminishing, meaning all the money that you start putting into it from that point beyond, you're not going to get it all back. Will it still increase the value? Yes. But are you going to get all of it back? No. Okay, that's an important theory to understand. Now, let me guys ask you a question. Having an in-ground pool, is that going to increase the value of your house?
Yes.
Everybody?
I say no.
Everybody?
Yes.
I'll say no.
I don't think
Yes.
you'll get the return on your investment, but it'll raise it.
Depends.
Depends on what?
Size, how much you're willing to invest in, actually putting into the in-ground pool.
All right, here. If you put an in-ground pool in the property, it'll definitely increase the value of the property. Now, some people, they argue, no, but some people don't want a pool. It's just a headache to maintain. You gotta, it's a liability. Well, then that house isn't for you. Period. That house isn't for you. But having an in-ground pool will definitely increase the value of the property. So will it limit the audience of who will see it though? Because some people don't want a pool or have to maintain a pool, or they're worried about their kids and liability and stuff like that. Yeah, sure. It'll limit the buyers. But then again, you're going to get buyers out there that are searching for a pool, and they're definitely willing to pay more for a house that has it. Now, the argument of whether you're going to get all the money back that it cost you to put into the pool is a separate argument altogether. Having an in-ground pool was the question. Will it raise the value of your home? Absolutely. Will you get all the money back that you put into it in order to build that pool? Probably not. How much on average does an average size in-ground pool cost you to get installed? Would you guess?
More like
10 to 15 grand.
All right, let's say 15 to 25 grand. Okay. Let's take a look at that Ottawa sheet. Let me go pulling up that CMA adjustment to see in 2015 what the return would be on a $250,000 house that had an in-ground pool, or a $400,000 house with an in-ground pool. Let's take a look, right? You ready? Here we go. In-ground pool on a $250,000 house. I'm sorry, on a $400,000 house. It increased the value 1.9% or $7,500. You don't get half the money back that it cost you to install it. But it did increase the value of your house by 1.9%. So is that an improvement I would make to a house when I'm just trying to fix? If I buy a house, I'm just trying to fix it and flip it. Would I install a pool?
No.
No, because that wouldn't be the biggest selling feature. I would probably be better off reinvesting that, using that money that it cost to maybe remodel the kitchen, or do some finishing the basement, or one of those improvements that would make it more desirable, as well as increasing the value that would give me more return of my money that I put in, right? Now, all kinds of improvements will increase the value of the property. It's just a matter of some of these features are more desirable than others. Desirability and value are two different factors altogether, as we discussed with the pool, right? So it's important for us as a real estate practitioner to understand that difference. And classes like the Ottawa class for the evaluation, the CMA workshop, will also educate you on that. All right, so market values, the estimate based on evidence cost. Okay, we already went over all this. So let's highlight under value versus price. Market price, on the other hand, is what the property actually sells for. It's the selling price. Then go down to market value versus costs. And in the second paragraph on the first line, we're going to highlight often cost does not equal market value. So what's the difference between market value and market price? Well, in a perfect world, the market value of a property and the market price will be one and the same, but not always. The value is an estimate of what it should sell for based on supportable evidence. But what somebody comes in and ends up paying for it, that's going to be what the market price is. Okay, it's the selling price. Turn the page. Highest and best use is the most profitable use that a property can be used for, or a use that'll be in demand in the reasonably near future, is its highest and best use. We're going to highlight that in the book as well. most profitable use that a property can be used for, the most profitable use, or a use that'll be most in demand in the reasonably near future. That's the highest and best use. So you're going to highlight the first sentence under highest and best use. And in that same paragraph, in the last sentence, we're going to highlight amenity, tangible or intangible benefits to property. So what is an amenity? Well, an amenity can be something, it's an extra that's included with the property. Some examples of an intangible amenity would be clean air or a nice view. You can't touch those things, so they're intangible. Convenience features that are tangible would be a pool, jacuzzi, heated floors, or heated toilet seats, or bidet, right? Anybody ever use a bidet?
No, what is that?
Nah, that's the thing that cleans your butt on the
Yep.
on the toilet.
Yep. You figure with the well, what do we call it? The great toilet paper shortage of 2020, that everybody would have one of them in their house now. You know, I actually just bought one and installed one on my current toilet. Like, you could get ones that are seats all together that are separate. Those things can cost $300 to $500, or you could get a separate unit altogether if you have room to install one in your bathroom. It basically, after you're done pooping, it shoots water up there and it cleans your hiney with water. All right. It's better. It actually gives you a better clean than toilet paper, because toilet paper just smears it around until you're clean, right? The water actually shoots there and it cleans it up and gives you a better clean, actually. I just installed one that's hot and cold water. That freaking thing is awesome. I actually had reservations about installing it and buying it, but I put it in. I love it. You know, also saving a lot of money on toilet paper now too. Yeah.
My
So
ex had one
that's-
of those.
What's that?
My ex had one of those, and like her mom tried to get me to like use it. I'm
Yeah.
like, I don't know how I feel about water spraying up there. I don't know.
Yeah, it feels a little weird at first. It feels a little weird at first, but you know what? I mean, hey, have you ever taken a shower with like one of the shower handles that are detachable on the hose? You know, when you're washing, you wash your privates that way, you wash your butt that way, right? I mean, it's no different, really.
Mhm.
You know, I know it seems kind of weird, you know, something shooting on your butt like that, especially if a dude, right? You know, but you know what? It's actually not that bad. You'll get used to it. It gives you a good clean. It gives you a good clean, man. Makes you feel fresh. All right. So these are amenities. Things like this are amenities, you know. Amenities could also be what do you call it, like the high-end appliances in kitchens. Or custom features. Leave it at that. Those are amenities, things like that. So a gorgeous ocean view or mountain view is an amenity. Having a hot tub or jacuzzi or a pool, that's an amenity. You know, any kind of extra that comes with the house would be an amenity. Substitution. All right, so here's another theory of value that an appraiser uses. We learned about highest and best use. It's the most profitable use that a property could be used for currently, or a use that'll be most in demand in the reasonably near future. We need to understand, these are things we need to understand. I told you a lot of this terminology on exams. Now, substitution is a value set by the cost of purchasing a similar substitute property. The next slide is going to explain it in a little more detail. Now, basically, if you have two homes with the same location and attributes, the less expensive one would generally sell first. Why? because nobody will pay more when the same can be had for less. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
So here's an example to give you a visualization of that. If you have 3 properties on the market, 1, 2, and 3, they're exactly the same in every way, shape, and form and location. One's 300, one's 305, one's 310. Which one would you buy? You'd buy the $300,000 one, the cheapest one, right? Now, if somebody bought that one because they beat you to it, now which one would you buy? The next cheapest one, 305. Well, that's substitution. Substitution is the theory. We're going to highlight it. The principle of substitution states that the maximum value of a property tends to be set by the cost of purchasing another equally desirable property. Not that you did, but somebody else did, thus driving up your price. Does that give you a little better visualization and the understanding of how substitution drives up price? Even though it's based on buying the cheapest item? Because everybody wants to buy the cheaper of the 2 exact same thing, right? Nobody wants to pay more than they need to, right? But this is how your price gets driven up. Now, they give an example here. For example, if 2 similar houses are for sale in an area, generally the less expensive one sells first. All right. So now somebody beat you to that next one. Now what? You're probably going to spend more than 310 on this because now we have a situation of supply and demand, don't we? Substitution just turned to a supply and demand situation. There's only one house left, but there's still the demand for homes there, right? So this house, what do you think is going to happen? We're going to have a bidding war, right? So let's highlight supply and demand, the first sentence there. Actually, I think we already did. We skipped forward and we highlighted it already. Now, here are some other theoretical principles of value. We have supply and demand. The value of a property increases if the supply decreases and the demand for it increases or remains constant, and vice versa. That's the definition that we highlighted here in the book. The next one, conformity. Conformity, property values tend to stabilize a lot better if the property is conforming to the neighborhood. In other words, you don't want to have that oddball property in the neighborhood. It will not maintain its value. Here, you don't want to have the best house in the neighborhood. Why do I say that? Because you're never going to get all your money back for it. You don't want to buy a mansion in the middle of a middle-class neighborhood, do you? You're never going to get all your money back for it. I had this situation once before with a builder. This guy was a builder working for someone else. He ended up opening up his own construction business and becoming his own builder. He went out of business on his first house that he built. He was going to build an expensive high-end $750,000 home. He listed it with us for. Actually, I think it was $765,000 that he listed it for. And there were high-end neighborhoods in the area that would yield that kind of demand. But he did not build this house in that neighborhood. He built it in a $300,000 neighborhood. He figured, well, yeah, but this one is right on the lake. Yeah, but it's right on the lake in a $350,000 neighborhood. The $700,000 neighborhood is a couple blocks away. You're not in it. You're never going to get it. You know, so he built this huge house at the end of this block. And not only did he have issues getting that money for the property, but he had problems with the neighbors who, quite frankly, it was a little bit kind of like a white trash neighborhood, you know, and the kids were vandalizing the house because they didn't like the fact that it was being built there, because there was always like a empty beach there that they rode their ATVs over, went fishing, walked across the property. Now the guy's putting up a fence, he's building a house, and the neighborhood was kind of pissed off about it because they thought it was actually parkland that was private, that was public parkland. And when they were shocked to find out that no, it was privately owned land, and now somebody bought it and was building a house on it. the neighbors were pissed. Okay. So he had a lot of issues with selling that property, and it lengthened the time that it took to sell it. It eventually went past the period of time that he agreed with the lender for his interest-free loan, those interest-only loans that builders get. But you got to give an estimate on when it's going to be done, when it's going to be sold by. And if you go over that period, the bank starts charging them additional fees and penalties now. And they started charging him so much on it that he ended up lowering the price, and he eventually got foreclosed on. Brand new construction, who's unable to sell it. Amazing. That $765,000 house, I believe it ended up selling close to 400 after it was foreclosed on. Anyway. Regression. So you don't want to have that best house in the neighborhood. Look, even we go to condo complexes, right? You guys ever go to a condo complex? You see all the units look the same, or they may have them look different, but they alternate patterns, but it's like a consistent alternating pattern. So everything is conforming. Conformity maintains value better. This is why condo complexes sometimes have rules in their guidelines that you can't paint your front door bright orange or something. They don't want that sticking out and being an eyesore to the neighborhood. It's also going to start affecting values if everybody starts doing crap like that. If you keep everything uniform and nice, it actually maintains its value better. Okay. Non-conforming structures don't maintain value as well in the neighborhood. Now, the theory of regression. Let's just say that all the homes in your neighborhood are getting boarded up. They're getting foreclosed on. Is that going to affect the value of your home? If all the homes around you are getting boarded up?
Yes.
Yeah. It's going to, unfortunately, even though you're maintaining your value, your home's not getting boarded up. Yeah, but your neighborhood is regressing. So it will drop in value. And the opposite is true. Progression. If you're in a neighborhood and you're doing nothing to your house, but all the homes around you, people are blowing them up, building them out, turning them into McMansions, right? Is that going to increase the value of all the homes in the neighborhood? Is that going to help increase the value of yours as well, even though you did nothing to your property? It will, because the demand is there. You're going to get people knocking on your door because they're going to want to buy your house so they can blow it up too. It happens all the time. That's a theory of progression. Here's a good visualization for you guys to understand it better. Progression and regression. All ships rise with rising waters. And that theory holds true for value too. If the neighborhood is increasing in value, that includes your home. Your home will be affected by it as well. Just the same, if all the homes in the neighborhood are decreasing in value, yours will be negatively affected too, unfortunately. Okay. So if enough of the homes in the neighborhood are increasing or decreasing in value, so will yours. You ever hear the neighborhood's going downhill? Or that's an up and coming neighborhood, right? That's what they mean. All right. Anticipation. This is a little bit difficult to do online, but I usually manage to trick classes with this. And when we're in the classroom, I usually say, "Hey guys, did you hear what they're going to be building down the street over here?" That's anticipation. All right. When in anticipation of something getting built, that could have an effect on people's view of the values of the property. Like if new industry, hey, did you hear that Amazon's going to be buying up all the properties in the area because they're going to be building a warehouse? Could that increase the value of properties? Possibly. Here's an example in my town. This happened quite a few years back. Let me see if I could look it up. I could have sworn I made a bookmark of this. See if I could find this really quick. could have sworn I made a book. Oh, wait, I put it in my notes folder. Let me pull this up really quick. I know that I have it. Whoop. Let me minimize that for a sec. Sorry, guys. Got to get to my notes. Jeez. All that clicking you're hearing is me minimizing all of the windows I have open in the background right now. Got a lot of windows open here. All right. Oh, damn it. I don't have it in one of my open notes. It figures. Nope, don't have it open. Oh well, I'll just try to Google it real quick for you. So a couple years back in my town, they were talking about building a NASCAR racetrack. I live in Linden. Anybody ever hear that one?
I live in London. I never heard that.
They were talking about building a NASCAR racetrack in Linden. And they got the approvals for it too. NASCAR racetrack. It was actually going to be called Liberty Speedway. And where they were going to be building it, here we go. I found something for pertaining to that. Actually, if you look up NASCAR racetrack in Linden, you're not going to find anything. But if you look up other than the historic significance of Linden Airport, the airport in Linden actually used to be used as a racetrack in like the 50s and such. You know, you had races there with like Paul Newman and actors and, you know, stuff like that. It was interesting. But a lot of things happened in Linden Airport, which was very interesting with the General Motors across the street. There was tunnels underneath the highway. A lot of people are unaware of. They used to build planes during wartime and bring them across the street to the airport. That's why that airport was built to begin with. Here are some, yeah. So here's an example of that. 1949 Linden Airport racing, the road races that they were doing there. You guys can see this on the web browser. Yeah, the airport, they were actually using it for professional car races. Here's some images of it. Yeah, back then. Anyway, let me move to this screen. Here's a Racing Forums website that talks about. I'm trying to find it on the fly. It's difficult too, so it's finding the news article. But when was this? Just 2003. A developer's pushing to build a racetrack in Linden, in an industrial section of New Jersey near the Turnpike. Liberty Speedway at Linden would include a 100,000 seat grandstand, expandable to 140,000 feet. A 0.92 mile speedway, so a little bit less than a mile long racetrack, in accordance with NASCAR regulations. A 400,000 square foot entertainment area and a 20-story hotel conference center was going to be built in the area, who has included a number of celebrities and political connected people on the project. Among them are actor and NASCAR driver Paul Newman, a race car driver Mario Andretti, and other operatives there, James Carville and others. Okay, so basically they proposed it on this 140-acre site just off of the Arthur Kill on a GAF property down in Tremley. This was at the end of Wood Avenue in Linden, all the way at the end. They're building something else there now. Now I think they're building some kind of I'm not sure if that's going to be an Amazon hub or what exactly it is. They're building something there right now. Oh, wait. I think that's where they're building the solar panel. I'm sorry, the solar windmill site in Linden now, where they're
But
going to, they're building I think that's where they're building something where they're going to be a factory where they're going to be building windmills. There's a lot of renewable energy, or the push for that renewable energy throughout the country, green this, green that. They're going to be building they are constructing these factories now in Linden for building these, those giant windmills that are then going to be shipped out all over the country and all over the state. So that was the site where they were going to build a NASCAR racetrack. They got all the approvals from the builders, from the building department and such, and from zoning in Linden, but they were unable to get NASCAR to sanction one race there. And so if they didn't get NASCAR to sanction a race and you build a racetrack, it's just a racetrack. It's not a NASCAR racetrack. If a racetrack without a NASCAR race is simply a racetrack. So they scratched that whole project of that 20-story hotel and all the concessions and stores and stuff. If you guys are familiar, you don't need to be NASCAR fans to know NASCAR has a lot of fans, right? And their fans are fanatical about racing. Any town in the United States that has a NASCAR racetrack, all the towns around it even get a huge economic boom to them. Property values go up all around them. It is a good economic boom. But because they were unable to secure one NASCAR approved race there, project was scratched. But in anticipation of that happening, which is the whole point of this story, in anticipation of that NASCAR racetrack getting built, property values were going up. People were asking more for their homes in that area or their properties, even though what was previously a flood zone, and people still were demanding more. Previously worthless property in a flood zone, or not that valuable, the cheaper homes there, people were asking more money for them because in anticipation of that NASCAR racetrack getting built. So can anticipation of something coming to town affect the value of the property? Absolutely. It can also have a negative effect too, right? They're going to be putting a city dump there, right? They're going to be building an incinerator plant. This is something that actually happened in Linden too. Quite a few years back in Linden, they were going to build an incinerator, for burning waste, the garbage that we use. The pluses to it is it would save money. Instead of having to take all of our garbage collection that we do, pay a service to take it away and dump it in a landfill somewhere, we were going to build an incinerator here where we could burn the garbage and incinerate it and turn it into reusable energy too. But a lot of people were arguing this. You had some environmentalists and some people who just were clueless that were like, I don't want to burning garbage in my neighborhood, in my town, and then you're gonna have all these smokestacks with the stink in the air from them burning garbage. So could that affect the value of properties too? People thinking that that's what's going to happen? Could that drive down values possibly?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure can. The funny thing is, less than half a mile of where they were going to build it in Linden, they ended up building it on the Linden-Rahway border in Rahway. And since then, you guys may be unaware that it's even there. There's an incinerator plant right along Route 1 and 9 in Linden, where you're crossing over the bridge to get from Linden to get into from Rahway, I'm sorry, where you're crossing over that bridge in Rahway to get into Woodbridge.
Yeah.
Right on your left-hand side if you're headed southbound. That's the incinerator there.
Next to DMV?
Yeah, but near the DMV.
Yeah. Yep. That's the incinerator. Do you smell anything when you drive by there? No.
No.
But there's garbage trucks going in and out of there all day long. People were worried about that additional garbage truck traffic. Do you notice any increase in garbage truck traffic there? No, because they actually moved the entire highway and then they put new roads for those garbage trucks just to come right off the highway, go directly into the plant without it disturbing the neighborhood. So all the fears were for nothing. And Linden lost out on that huge tax benefit because Rahway's getting huge income increase because now other towns are paying them to take down their garbage to incinerate in their place. And then they're using that to also resell energy that incinerator plant is creating. It was actually a huge economic boom to the town. Rahway was able to keep a lot of their taxes down from increasing over the years too. So those fears were unmerited, right? So interesting little tidbits of information there. We already went over this stuff. Oh, I got to get back to the slide that I closed out. Sorry. Increasing dimension. Okay. So regression, progression, and that was anticipation that we just went over. Increasing and diminishing returns. I already explained it to you with the kitchen makeover. We kind of jumped ahead a little bit when I was explaining that when you needed a makeover, right? You'll get all your money back up to a certain point when you're improving it, but you go overboard with your kitchen makeover. Not everybody needs a 100 bottle wine cooler in their kitchen, right? You're never going to get all the money back for those kinds of features that you add in. Will it make it more desirable and nicer? Yes. But are you going to get all the money back? Probably not. Contribution. Contribution, I could give two of you $20,000 to do an improvement to a house. How one person spends that $20,000 versus another could be totally different. So it's not just the money that you put into the property, it's also how it's being used. That's what contribution is talking about. Because I give you $20,000 to do an improvement, you guys are going to use them differently, and one person's improvement may increase the value and the other one may not, you know? And competition, because competition have an affected value when we're talking about, let's say, commercial properties, perhaps. If there's not a lot of competition in the neighborhood and there's a desperate need in the neighborhood to have a fast food joint for during lunch breaks, you know, this actually happened near my office in South Plainfield. There was only a Quick Check in the area. So everybody went to the Quick Check at lunchtime for lunch. The place is always mobbed. People are fighting for parking spots. They bought the land across the street and they put in a McDonald's, right? So can competition affect the value, how much competition is in the area, whether there's little or a lot? Could that affect the value and demand for the property in the area by a business that may want to move in there? Yes, it can. But you got to be careful about ruinous competition too. When you start getting too many competitors that come in there now it may not make sense for a business to move in there. So the value probably is not going to be in there as much because that would create ruinous competition where you have too many competitors there. Look, anytime you have a McDonald's, what do they usually put next door? Come on, guys, you really don't know this?
Wendy's or Burger King?
They put a Burger King next door. Right? And then they slap a Taco Bell for good measure around this corner, right? So, I mean, these are the things that usually happen, right? So competition, if there's not a whole lot in the area, the values you can net on those properties are pretty good. But once there starts to get too much competition, you're gonna need to find a different use for the other properties because that becomes ruinous. Excess profits attract what's known as ruinous competition, too much. And then lastly, change. Can change affect the value? Yes. What do I mean by change? Well, there's a lot of different things that could change. The local market conditions in the real estate, the job market. Can jobs have an effect on the value of residential real estate?
Yes.
Yeah, let's say the big industry in town moved out. Take a look at what happened in Michigan, right? When all those car manufacturers moved to Mexico. What happened? What happened to jobs? The whole Detroit area, once huge, popular, strong place, became a slum, right? You have abandoned houses. You got neighborhoods that are abandoned homes. Not all of Detroit, but areas of it. People just moved out. They abandoned the homes.
You said what businesses left out?
Oh, those were in Michigan. That was the car manufacturers, right? When the politicians started creating all this additional red tape and government regulations and required unions and required what do you call it, healthcare, and adding all these additional red tape and political issues to a business, instead of letting a business decide what they wanted and how they wanted to run their own business, and they threw taxes upon taxes. The businesses said, screw this, we're leaving the country and going to Mexico because it's cheaper to have our manufacturing plants down there then. We don't got to pay them people as much or deal with this kind of red tape. So they moved their businesses to a different country. You think businesses won't move? Businesses are about their profits. They're about staying in business, right? If we cannot profitably run the business, what's the point of being in business? So we're seeing this happening again right now. All those businesses, they left the country. You saw when President Trump came in, he started doing a lot of deregulation and tried to negotiate with these businesses that actually started coming back to Michigan. Some of those manufacturers, the Ford plant, the Chrysler plant, but now what's happening? They're talking about increasing our country's the entire country's taxes now on the federal level. That's going to bring us back to the highest taxed country in the world. What do you think what's going to happen to businesses? You think some are going to start leaving the country again? Yeah. So change, jobs, politics, improvements to an area or contamination to an area, industry in an area. The weather patterns can affect the property's value or desirability, right? Like flood zones. Flood zone maps get redrawn. Previously, your house was not in a flood zone, but they redrew the flood maps. Now you're required to have flood insurance in that area. Could that affect the desirability and value of the property? Would somebody want to buy a property it's in a flood zone? Not as many people would. It would turn some people off. So yes, these things change. These things are all change. These are all examples of change that could affect the value and desirability of property, right? All of them. So let's go over now the three approaches to value, right? So we have the sales. First of all, you need to memorize what they are. You got the sales comparison approach, the comparative approach, the sales comparison approach, which we usually do valuation through CMA by comparing properties to the subject property we're trying to determine the value for. The property we try to determine the value for, we always refer to it as the subject. It's the subject of our conversation. So therefore it's the subject property. And we compare that property to other properties in the neighborhood that have recently sold to try to, and then we make adjustments for the differences in them to determine the value of it. That's the comparative approach or sales comparison approach. Then we have the cost approach to value, which is used for special purpose buildings that may not generate income or have comparables. We'll go over that. And then we have the income approach, which is for any property that generates income. All right. But just know these are the three these are the three approaches to value. Now, I have slides for this. I'm not going to dictate notes because I have the notes already written on slides for you guys. Okay. But these are very important that you need to know not only the three approaches to value, what the differences is, which approach to value would you use on different kinds of properties. Pay attention. So I want you guys to highlight on the bottom of page 277, the three approaches to value, to highlight the title. And then on the second line, highlight the sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach, and then turn the page. Okay, so the most often used approach, the sales comparison approach, this is the most often used approach by real estate licensees. So sales comparison approach, most often used by real estate licensees. And I give you the example, take that CMA workshop from the Ottawa group. It's best for residential property valuation. It compares the subject property to similar ones we call comps or comparable properties. So it compares a subject property to similar ones we call comps. They're similar in size, style, location, and amenity to the subject property that have recently sold. And then we'll make adjustments in the sales price of the comps to get a more accurate price range. I'm going to show you how to do this. So we make adjustments for everything for time, adjustments for date of sale or time. Remember I told you that latest class that they're doing, make adjustments for time, the date of sale, 3 months, 6 months, a year or more. We'll have to make adjustments for the market change over the time. Location has to be relatively the same, definitely in the same municipality, but we want it to be in the same neighborhood too. If it's not in the same neighborhood, we're also going to have to make adjustments for that as well. Different neighborhoods are more desirable or may have different valuables to the value to them than others. We look at and examine the physical features. The physical features should be similar. If we're going to be comparing two properties to determine the value, we got to make sure we're comparing apples to apples here, right? And if things are different in them, we have to make adjustments to the differences. And then lastly, the terms and conditions of the property sale. Know when to make adjustments for any differences in that property. One property may have sold for a little bit more, but because they included something else. Maybe the seller also offered a seller's concession in that property to help with the closing costs. So does that accurately reflect the value of the property then? Probably not. But if we don't know that, then we're going to be off a little bit with our price. So if a subject property is missing a feature or is in poorer condition than a comparable, you're going to subtract from the value of the comparable to bring it to the same level. Or the book gives you an acronym, CBS, comp, better, subtract. I'm going to give you a better way to remember this. I like visuals. If a subject property has features or is in better condition than the comparable, you're going to add to the value of the comparable, CPA, comp, poorer, add. So here, let's do it this way. Let's stop this. Let me give you some visuals. Everybody see me on screen there? So if you have the subject property is the property we're trying to determine the value for, right? Subject property is the one we're trying to determine the value for. Comparable property is a property that is similar. If the property is exactly the same and it just sold next door, shouldn't they go for the same price?
No,
Why not?
because they have their own amenities and different features.
I said if they're exactly the same.
I mean, then yeah, technically.
then it should go for the same amount, right? So if we have a subject property and a comparable property is exactly the same, is built by the same builder, it's exactly the same in every way, shape, and form, that's right next door, that just sold, it should go for the same amount of money, right? Now, we usually don't get comps that good. We get comps that are in the neighborhood, not necessarily next door. And even if they're next door, the house still has differences to it. So we're going to have to make adjustments for those differences. Now, I want you guys to understand the concept of what it is I'm trying to do here. The subject property is the property we're trying to determine a value for. It has not sold. The comparable properties are the ones that have already sold. We know how much they sold for. So if we have a comparable property that sold for $300,000 and it had 4 bedrooms, and we have a subject property that we want to sell, and the house is exactly the same except it only has 3 bedrooms, which one is better?
Wait.
So comparable.
We have a subject property only had 3 bedrooms, and we have a comparable that sold that has 4 bedrooms. Which one's better?
Comp.
The comp is, it has 4 bedrooms. So you see what I'm doing here? I'm raising it up above the subject property because it has something that the subject property is missing. It has an extra bedroom. If I was going to try to make it exactly the same as the subject property, what would I do? Would I subtract from its value the cost of one of the bedrooms? Yeah, I need to figure out what a bedroom is worth, and then I'm going to subtract it from its value. And then if that's the only difference between these 2 houses is 1 bedroom, I need to figure out how much a bedroom is worth and subtract it from the comp's value. And then that's how much the subject property should be selling for or be listed for, right?
Yes.
Yep.
You guys understand that concept, what I'm trying to explain?
Yeah.
Yep.
So if a comparable property has a feature that the subject property is missing, we determine the value of that feature, and then we'll subtract to bring it down to the same level to give us the price range that that property should be listed at or should sell for. Now, if the comparable property is missing a feature that the subject property has, we're going to determine the value of that feature, and then we're going to add it to the comp's value. We're never adjusting the subject property's value because we're trying to figure out what the subject property's value is. We know the comp's value because it's a property that already sold. We're just trying to put a value to its features, to its differences, and we're making adjustments for each one of those differences. You guys understand what we're talking about?
Yes.
So once again, using visual cues like this is pretty good. Sometimes I could just use my hands. Look, if this is the subject property and this is the comparable property, you could do this when you're taking an exam and you may not have these visual cues available to you. This is the subject property. This is the comparable property. Comparable property has 4 bedrooms. Subject property has 3. Are we going to add to or subtract to the comparable's property value?
Subtract.
Subtract. To bring it. The whole goal here is to bring them to the same level, right? That's the whole goal, to bring them to the same level. Comparable is missing a feature or is in worse condition than the subject property. Are we going to add or subtract for that? Add. We're trying to bring it up to the same level. If it's in better condition or has a feature subject property doesn't, what are we going to do? Add or subtract for that difference?
Subtract.
Subtract to bring it to the same level. See, doesn't a visual cue make it easier to figure out when to add or subtract from the comparable's value?
Yes.
As long as you understand what the goal is. The goal is that if the comparable property has something extra or is in better condition, we're going to raise it above. And then we're going to figure out what the value of that one item is, and then subtract that amount from its sale price of what it sold for. And then that'll tell us what this property should sell for. But when running comps, we don't only pull 1. We usually have a minimum of 3 to give us a good price range. We're not just looking at one house that recently sold to compare it to this one to determine how much it should sell for. We got to pull up at least 3 comps. So I have a slideshow here that gives you an example, like the book here. The book has a crappy one though. I don't like the version they posted up here, so I'm going to use the one I have on a slideshow, which mine's not too great either, but it's better than the books. We have the subject property. That's the property we're trying to determine the value for. And then we have comp 1, 2, and 3. We know that these ones sold for, these are the sale price, what they sold for. So we already know what they sold for. The subject property is a Cape Cod style house, and so is comp 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so choose homes, if possible, with the same architectural style. And then we're going to make adjustments for the differences. If the subject property has 4 bedrooms and the comparable property has 3 bedrooms, and it's been established down here that a bedroom is has a value. Geez, I got to fix this. What is a half? All right, and the bedroom has a value of $5,000, right? Are we going to add to or subtract to this comparable property's value? What are they saying? Does the subject property have a feature that's better or less than the subject properties? Subject property has 4 bedrooms, comparable property has 3. It's down here, right?
Subtract, yeah.
So if they estimated the value of that bedroom to be $5,000, what are we going to do to the comparables value? We're going to pretend that it had 4 bedrooms and add that $5,000 value for an extra bedroom to its sale price. So if that was the only difference between these 2 houses, then that means that the comparable one should have sold for $305,000, right?
Yes.
Then that's how much this one should be priced at. You got it?
Yeah.
But usually there's more than one difference, like number of beds, bathrooms, garage. And so we're making adjustments for all these different things. Some things we're adding to the value, some things we're subtracting from the overall value. We know what our starting point is of what the property sold for already, because that property already sold recently for that amount. We're making adjustments for the differences. So comparable one had 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and no garages. The subject property had 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. So if it had 2 baths only from this comparable, a half bath is valued at $2,500. We're going to have to add the value of a half bath in. So we're adding to the comparables value another $2,500. And it's missing a garage. It doesn't have a garage. They estimate that a garage is $10,000. So we're going to add $10,000 to the comparables value to try to make it the same as if it were the subject property. So now all of these things are just addition in this case. So we're going to add the 10,000 to the 5,000. That's 15 plus another 2,500. That's 17,500. That's the total adjustments that we need to make to the overall comps value to have a total adjusted value of $317,500 if this house was exactly the same with that one, what it would have sold for. Now we're going to do this adjustment to all 3 homes to give us a more accurate price range. Comparable 2, it sold for $315,000. It had 4 bedrooms, just like the subject. It had 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, but the subject has 2.5. How much is a half bath worth? $2,500. So we're going to add $2,500 to its value. It had 1 garage, just like the subject, so it's exactly the same except for a half bath. It sold for $315,000. So if we added $2,500 to its value, that would also put us at $317,500. Okay. Now let's look at the third property. If the third property sold for $320,000, it had 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, but it had a 2-car garage. How much is a garage worth? $10,000. So we're going to subtract $10,000 for it. And that would have put that one at a $310,000 price if it were exactly the same. So what is our price range to recommend to this homeowner? Between $317,500 and $310,000. See, we at least narrowed down the price range a little bit because previously our price range was between 300 and 320. Now we know more accurately it's going to sell between 310 and 317.5, somewhere in there. We can't tell you exactly what it's going to sell for. But if I were to guess, I'd probably guess it'd sell at the higher end here, right? Okay. You guys understand what I'm doing?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I want you to do. Understand. Because on state exam, we don't give you an exam question like this on the school exam, but state exam may give you a math problem like this. You know, they'll give you a paragraph that says, well, you have a subject property that has 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, and it's all just in sentence format. They don't give you a visual like this on a chart. So you would pull out your scrap paper and draw a chart like this. Subject property, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, 1 car garage. Okay. Comparable 1, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 0 garage. Okay. And make yourself a chart like this. And the key is you need to know when to add and when to subtract from the comparable value. And they're going to ask you, well, how much should the property be listed for? Okay. It's an easy problem to do. But you got to understand the concept of when are you adding and when are you subtracting? What's the whole idea here? We're trying to pretend that the comp sold and it was exactly the same. But the comp sold and it wasn't, so we're going to have to make adjustments for the differences. If the comp was missing a feature, you add. If the comp had a feature, you subtract. Like with the garage, we had to subtract $10,000 from that comp's value because it had an extra garage, right?
Are those like realistic prices?
No, these are just made up stuff right here. You know, different price. Now, how much is a garage, a bedroom, a half bath worth? Well, when are we talking? Because remember, time also makes a difference. Are we talking 5 years ago or are we talking today? We're talking last year or are we talking today? How much is it going to sell for next year? I don't know. We can only tell about today and the past what it did, right? And so what's the best way to figure out? How would you know that? Well, because you're involved in real estate and you know the sales in your market. So either through experience or running comps or how much is a half bath worth? How much is a full bath worth? You guys see why this class is valuable for you? Where are they getting this information from? Every home that was sold in the state in that year. How is your broker probably going to help you figure out the price? We'll look up, we'll cherry pick a couple of homes in that neighborhood that have sold recently. So they'll pick maybe 3 homes to do the comparison. Or you could take this class every year and use use the data from every home sold in the last year. Which one do you think would be more accurate?
This.
All right. And that's provided to you by appraisers who are doing the actual appraisals. See, I'm not trying to steer you guys wrong. I want you guys to be good agents. I want you guys to talk good about me in my school, you know? I want you guys to be good. I want you to succeed. I want you guys to be smart agents, good agents that other people look up to. You have the information that others don't. All right?
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
No problem. Care about you guys. I want you to do good. All right, so once again, as a recap, cost relates to the past, price relates to the present, and value relates to the future. What do we help people determine? The market value, what it will sell for. But we use based on sales that have recently happened in the past, though. All right. Here's a good visual depiction of how we as real estate agents see a homeowner's property, how they visualize their property in their heads. They think they got that little castle thing going on, right? and how the appraiser looks at their property, which is the only one that matters.
The appraiser.
Appraisers.
The appraiser. Because they're probably going to have to get a loan on the property, and they're not going to get a loan to buy this. They're going to get a loan to buy this. Because the bank won't give you their money unless they could be sure it'll they're securing their collateral, right? So we have to explain this to our clients, and we do that in a CMA, a comparative market analysis. And so you guys should have whether you're doing it on an iPad and presentations, fancy electronic presentations, or if you're doing it on a scratch piece of paper and making these drawings, this is actually a pretty good, easy depiction that you guys could do. You guys could draw this on a scrap piece of paper to explain it. Hey, homeowner, this is how I'm looking at your house. This is how you're picturing your house. And this is how an appraiser's picturing it, which is the only one that matters here. You know, ask them. Say, you know what? The only one that matters is this guy right here, because any potential buyer is not going to get the money to buy your house. The bank will only lend this amount because that'll be securing as collateral for the loan. The only time the house will sell for a little bit more is if that buyer is willingly going to pay more money. They're going to pull money out of their pocket and pay more than an appraiser just told them that it's worth. And who the hell in their right mind would do that? You may have a rare circumstance where if it's only a little bit more, where a buyer will pull out that money out of their property because it's for convenience purposes. Your house is already set up the way that I wanted to, so I'm willing to pay maybe $5,000 or $10,000 more. But they're not going to be paying $50,000 or $60,000 more for a house because of convenience. Maybe 5 or 10 max, right? Well, we need to find a cash buyer then. Well, you think a cash buyer is not going to get an appraisal on the property? You think cash buyers are stupid? You think somebody who's got that kind of money laying around got it by being dumb? By overpaying for stuff? You got to put people in check right away, guys. If you don't, they're going to be like, well, I want to try it for a higher price. You got to have this discussion. Don't get into arguments about it, but you got to have sometimes a vigorous discussion, I'll call it, with showing supported evidence and how you came up with the price. That's what your CMA is. It's a comparative market analysis. And the analysis isn't just a presentation that we put together just to give to them. You don't have to leave it with the homeowner. I rather not unless I got the listing from them, so that then they could use it as evidence or when trying to shop real estate agents. You know, I say I'm giving you a free comparative market analysis presentation. I'm not giving you the paperwork. I'm not doing the research for you so that you could just have it. I'm doing it so that you could price your home properly when you list it with me. Okay. Some people will try to get the analysis so they can use it in divorce instead of getting an appraisal, or they'll try to use it for refinancing or trying to appeal their taxes. You know, I tell them that they can't use it. You know, I put on my CMA at the bottom that it can't be used for any kind of court or legal proceeding or revalue or estimate of value for a lender without my implicit written permission, you know, so that they can't do that. All right, cost approach now. What is the cost approach? Cost approach, sometimes referred to as an appraisal by summation. Summing things up. That means math, doesn't it? It's used to determine the value of special purpose and unique one-of-a-kind public properties that may not have comparables and may not generate income in the normal fashion. Like if you were trying to price a school, church, a library, or even city hall, or a custom, unique, one-of-a-kind home. How are you going to come up with the value for that? Well, you're going to use the cost approach. Actually, you as a real estate agent are probably not. We don't have the knowledge on how to do this. I'm going to teach you the steps that an appraiser does, but you will probably never use this approach. You'll get a math problem on state exam about it, but you'll probably never use this approach in real life. Okay, I'm teaching it to you because you probably get an exam question about it. So this approach is most often used by appraisers, not by salespersons, due to the knowledge that's required. But on exam, we have questions, also known as an appraisal by summation, which I put that up there, and that's just repetitive now. So let me remove that. I want you guys now to All right. Let's highlight the cost approach on the bottom of page 279. Highlight the title, cost approach. And highlight the cost approach is most helpful in the appraisal of special purpose buildings such as schools, churches, and public buildings. Then in the next paragraph, highlight the last sentence. The cost approach is sometimes called the appraisal by summation, and the cost approach consists of 5 steps. And I just highlighted the numbers next to the 5 steps, which are here right on the slide, and it continues to the next page. These are the 5 steps of what an appraiser does. First step, they estimate how much would it cost. Like, let's pretend that we're going to try to value how much a church is. A church has gone up for sale. We have to estimate the value of the land that that church is sitting on in this residential neighborhood right now, if it were put to its highest and best use. What's the highest and best use?
Say it without the definition.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, the definition. What's the highest and best use? It's the most profitable use that a property can be used for, or a use that's going to be most in demand in the reasonably near future. So in a residential neighborhood, what is its highest and best use? A house.
Yeah.
You're not going to be able to put up a business there. All right. This particular property is probably grandfathered because it had that church there before they had zoning laws, or before the zoning laws changed that stated that this is only for residential use here, right? You can't just, if you wanted to now and you're in the middle of a residential neighborhood, you can't just buy a couple of houses, tear them down and say, hey, I'm building a church here. You would need to get some kind of zoning approvals, and it'd have to go through a public hearing so that people in the neighborhood can then voice their opinions of whether they had concerns about it or not. All right, so they estimate the value of the land. How much would it cost to buy that land in this neighborhood today if it were used for residential purposes? Next, estimate the current cost to construct that church. How much would it cost to build that building that is there right now? Now, there's 2 ways that an appraiser can determine that value. There's a replacement cost and there's a reproduction cost. Reproduction cost would be how much would it cost to build that exact same building using the same materials, like if it was made with marble and all that, or how much would it cost just to put a replacement building there, that a replacement structure that would serve the same purpose, that's not necessarily an exact duplicate. It could be made out of, wood. We call it the sticks and mortar type building, right? Made with bricks and wood. That's not necessarily an exact duplicate, but it'll house people and they could worship inside, right? What we're going to do now is we're temporarily going to go to the bottom of that same page, 280. You see, not the bottom, but after all the numbered lists, all those numbers on the list, this 2 paragraphs below it, you see where it says reproduction cost and replacement cost in bold?
Yes.
I want you guys to highlight reproduction cost is a dollar amount required to construct an exact duplicate of the subject building at current prices. Replacement cost of the subject property would be to construct would be the construction cost of the current prices of a building that's not necessarily an exact duplicate, but serves the same purpose or function as the original. Reproduction and replacement costs are important things when it comes to appraisals, and not just for the cost approach to value. Why do we get appraisals done? We get them done for various reasons. Do we also get them sometimes done for insurance purposes? What if there was a fire in your house and in the kitchen? You're gonna put an insurance claim in and you want to replace the kitchen? Are they gonna replace it exactly the way that it was using the same materials, or just give you money to rebuild the kitchen, not necessarily an exact duplicate?
Money to rebuild.
So let me ask you guys a question. It depends. It depends on what insurance policy you have on your house. A lot of people don't know this. They just shop around for the cheapest insurance policy they could get. But if they're doing that, they're probably not getting a reproduction cost policy. They're getting a replacement cost policy. So if you have a house that has like a high-end kitchen with custom 42-inch cherry cabinetry and the soft touch drawers and Viking appliances and like all high-end stuff there, the custom cabinets and sinks, and if you got all custom stuff there and it's all high-end, I would check my insurance policy today after class, or contact your insurance company and ask, do you have a reproduction cost policy or a replacement cost? Because if you have a fire in your house and that kitchen gets destroyed, they're going to give you money to fix it up by replacing those expensive Viking appliances with some off-the-shelf white product. A white product is like is like a slang for an off-the-shelf appliance, you know, that's not necessarily high-end, like your basic GE refrigerator that you could get out of Home Depot, you know. Not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's white in color, you know, but a white product is just your standard as a standard version of a product, you know, not a high-end refrigerator with the ice makers and all the, you know, special features and stuff. Hey, it'll cool your food, right? They're giving you money to replace a refrigerator and freezer so it cools your food. They'll give you money to replace counters. It could be some cheap pressed wood counters with the vinyl countertops, right? Pressed board wood vinyl countertops, right? Not necessarily the granite countertops or custom concrete or whatever the material was used with all the special cherry wood cabinets. You're not getting that. They're going to give you cabinetry that you can put your dishes in. It serves the same purpose. You can prepare food on a counter. Doesn't need to be high end, right? This is why it's important to know. So know the difference between reproduction, which would be an exact duplicate, and replacement, which is something that is not necessarily an exact duplicate. Okay. Here's another way to try to remember that. Using a little bit of humor. I don't mean to be offensive, so please don't take it the wrong way. Reproduction costs. Ladies, why do you have babies? To produce little mini-me copy versions of yourself, exact duplicates of yourselves, right? Don't mean to be offensive. I'm just trying to be humorous here. All right. Now, can't you still have a child that's not necessarily an exact duplicate of yourself? Sure, you could adopt. Still serves the same purpose. You have a child, you raise a child, right? But they're not necessarily an exact duplicate of you. right? So there's like a kind of like a humorous way I try to explain how reproduction and versus replacements, okay? So either way, whatever works, there's no wrong way to remember things when learning. If you have a different way to remember it, hey guys, I don't care. Maybe you have hobbies, maybe you have things you like. Hey, it could be something offensive and it could be a saying. If that's what helps you remember it, you're not sharing it with the world, right? You're sharing, this is in your head. You're whatever, there's no wrong way to learn things. There's no wrong way to remember things. If you guys have a different way to remember things, then by all means, okay? I just want you to remember, there's a lot of stuff you need to remember for exams. So replacement cost, the cost to construct, or you have to estimate the current cost to construct the building. Then they estimate the accrued depreciation of the improvement, okay? Over time, properties can depreciate for various reasons, or they could appreciate if there was improvements, right? But they have to estimate accrued depreciation of the improvements, not for the land. Why? Because land does not depreciate, short of the land getting contaminated with toxins or oil or something like that, right? Land does not depreciate in value. So the appraiser has to separate the value of the improvement on that land from the land itself. And there's different ways that a property can depreciate. Well, what is depreciation? Let me go to another slide. And you guys are going to go to page 281. Depreciation is a loss of value due to any cause or condition of an improvement. As a general rule, land does not depreciate. And we're going to highlight that definition here in the book. Depreciation refers to a loss of value due to any cause or any condition that adversely affects the value of an improvement to real property. And then underline, as a general rule, land does not depreciate. Now, there's different types of depreciation. And sometimes they could be curable and sometimes they are not curable. So physical deterioration can be cured with repairs. Physical deterioration is like the house had termites in it and some wood rotted. You replace the wood, right? It falls apart over time, dry rot, whatever. Can that be fixed? Yes, you replace the wood. Now, we could understand physical deterioration when something falls apart because it's just old, right? But we're going to learn about two other types of depreciation that you must know for exams. The first one is functional obsolescence. Now, do not read the definition yet. Just examine the word. I want you guys to look at the words. What does it mean if something is functional? It means it's operational, it still works, right? That does not mean that there's necessarily anything wrong with it. What does the word obsolete mean? It's old or outdated, right? If something's obsolete. So if something is functionally obsolete, it's functional but obsolete, what does that mean? It means it's old, but it still works. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you guys should take this approach to try to remember these words when you're taking the exam. If you did not memorize their definition, you could still figure them out by analyzing the terms like I just did. So functional obsolescence, what does that mean? There's nothing wrong with the property other than its features are considered to be outdated or undesirable by today's standards. It's functional, but it's obsolete. It's outdated. Can this be cured? Yeah, you could do updates or additions. All right, so functional obsolescence is curable. Let me give you an example of functional obsolescence for real estate. It's not necessary. You guys may have pictured in your head something that's old, but it's still working. I'm going to give you a different example that still falls within an example of functional obsolescence. A 5-bedroom, 1-bathroom house. By today's standards, is that considered desirable? 5 bedrooms, but only 1 bath?
No,
No. These days we get people, they got 2 bedrooms, they want 2.5 baths, right? So by today's standards, it's obsolete, it's outdated. Now, can that be cured though? A 5-bedroom, 1 bath house?
yes,
Sure, you add another bath, right? That's what I need you to understand for exam. Now, external obsolescence. Let's examine the words. External, what does that mean? It's something that's outside. In this case, we're talking about something that's outside the property. It's not on the property. That makes the property undesirable, obsolete. External obsolescence is also known as economic obsolescence. Let me ask you a question. Economics, economy. Can the local economy have an effect on the value of the property?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it can. Do you have control of over the local economy though?
no,
So this is why this type of obsolescence is almost always incurable. Now, it's also known as locational obsolescence. Your property can be obsolete because of its location, because of something that's not on the subject property. You're next door to the city dump or the cemetery. Could that have an effect on your value of your home?
Yes. Nobody wants to smell a dump odor.
Can you fix that problem though?
No.
So you see what I mean by it's almost always incurable? So external obsolescence is something that's not on your property. It's external from your property. And therefore it is almost always incurable. You need to know that for exam. You need to know those 2 forms of obsolescence, functional and external. Know those definitions and know what depreciation is. Loss of value due to any cause or condition. But it's also important to know that land does not depreciate. So we're going to highlight functional obsolescence refers to physical or design features that are no longer considered desirable by property buyers. And then just highlight in the first bullet point under it, just highlight the word curable. And then the next bullet point, we're going to highlight external obsolescence, also known as economic or locational obsolescence, is caused by factors not on the subject property. So this type of obsolescence is almost always incurable. Then turn the page. Oh. Actually, you don't have to turn the page. You can stay right there if you like. All right, so let me go back to the next step. Step 4. After the appraiser has determined the amount of depreciation for various reasons over time, they have to deduct the accrued depreciation from the estimated cost of the new building that they determined the value for how much it would cost to construct that building. And then they add the value of the land back in. Because remember, they did not depreciate the value of the land. Why?
Land.
Land is not depreciable.
Because land doesn't depreciate. There you go. So those are the 5 steps. Estimate the value of the land in this neighborhood today if it were put to its highest and best use. Then estimate the current cost to construct that building. Then using one of the replacement or reproduction approaches, then which we're not going to know how to do. We as real estate agents don't have that knowledge how to estimate the value of how much would it cost to construct that building, right? That's why we would never use this approach to value in real life. Then we would estimate the accrued depreciation of the improvement, only the improvement, not the land, because land does not depreciate. Then we deduct accrued depreciation from the estimated cost of that new building. not the land because it doesn't depreciate. And then we would add the value of the land back into the depreciated building costs. And that is how they do the appraisal by summation or using the cost approach. Okay. Actually, I'm going to write it that way. That's a pretty good way to write it. Appraisal by summation using the cost approach to value. There we go. So I changed that on the slide at the top. You see, appraisal by summation using the cost approach to value. Yeah, that's a better explanation. It's a better way of saying it. Here, I'm gonna say that down below as well. Boom. There we go. Just a little rewording. All right. And then we went over that. We went over that. Now using the income approach to value. Turn the page. 282. Page 282. Income approach. We're going to highlight income approach or income capitalization approach to value is based on the present worth of future rights to income. It's used for valuing any property that generates income, like apartment buildings, office buildings, shopping centers, multifamily homes, etc. And it uses cap rates or GRM. Those are two approaches, two of the common approaches. Using cap rates. Using two common approaches. Hello. Waiting for computer to catch up. Using two common approaches, either cap rates or GRM. Using two common approaches, either cap rates or GRM. So income approach to value using one of the following two methods. Cap rates. Cap is short for capitalization rate. It's a measurement that determines the rate of return on an investor's money. It uses what we call the T formula to calculate. Now, I'm going to have a slide 30 that's coming up that will explain the T formula. And then we're going to write it, and then we're going to write that in the book here next to the capitalization rate section. I want you guys now to go to 1, 2, 3, go to the 4th bullet point on this page. And in the second sentence, I want you to highlight estimating the rate of return that an investor demands for the investment of capital. Next sentence, I want you to highlight rate of return is called the capitalization or cap rate. That's telling them how long it'll take to recoup my money to buy this property. So if you have a 5% cap rate, how long should it take for you to get your property back? Well, if you're getting 5% back every year, it'll take you some time, right? The higher the cap rate, the quicker you'll recoup your money. The higher the cap rate, the higher the rate of return. You have to, in order to calculate it, you need to know what the GOI is, the gross operating income, the annual income before expenses. Annual income before expenses. I know it reloads every time I make a change to this slide here like this. Okay, so gross operating income, annual income before expenses. Then you need to know what the gross operating expenses are, the annual expenses, not counting the financing costs, which would vary from owner to owner because they probably paid a different price for the property. They probably paying a different interest rate on their loan for the property, et cetera, the financing, right? So when trying to figure out cap rates, you do not factor in the financing, the mortgage, as an expense. So you use the income, the annual income, and the annual expenses to calculate what the annual net operating income is on the property. The net is your income after expenses. How do you calculate it? Gross operating income minus your gross operating expenses equals the net, right? Income minus expenses is the net. If you ever got a paycheck in your life, you know how to figure that out. Simple math, subtraction, right? But they call it gross operating income, gross operating expenses. It's still income, expenses, net. That's just a terminology they use. GOI, GOE, NOI. Got it? Good. The next approach to value is going to use something called the GRM, the gross rent multiplier. It's not as accurate as the cap rates on measuring the rate of return on the investor's money. However, if you don't have all these numbers, the income, the expense to figure out the net, you can still figure out by comparing two properties using what we call a multiplier. You guys will understand this better when we actually do the math problem. Trying to explain it through just words here, it's hard for you to get the visualization. So GRM is the gross rent multiplier. It's used to determine the value by comparing two or more similar income generating. What the hell's wrong with this slide? Used to determine value by comparing two or more similar income generating properties. When I say similar, I mean you can't compare 4-unit building to a 5-unit building. You could only compare the same thing. Compare a 4-unit building to a 4-unit building, a 5-unit building to a 5-unit building. You got it? Using a multiplier, using a whole number, not a percentage, called a multiplier. which is an insignificant number in itself. Meaning there's no such thing as a good multiplier or a bad multiplier. It's just a number used to compare two similar income producing properties. I'm making adjustments to the slide here, and I'm going to refresh that slide in just a moment. There you go. You're going to use the reverse T formula, something that I call the reverse T formula, which is going to be on the next slide 30. All these T formulas, I have 2 T formulas. These are formulas I'm going to teach you that make the math very easy to figure out, because it's all simple math that you use a calculator, just need to know the formula for it. Now, the information to plug into this T formula that you're going to need is you need any 2 out of these 3 items to figure out the missing component. So information needed to calculate any 2 of the 3 items to figure out the missing component. And they are the gross monthly income, not the annual, like with the cap rates. Instead, here we're using monthly figures. The gross monthly income, wait, because it's the gross, do we need to know the expenses of the property? No. The value of the property, or the GRM, the multiplier. So we need to have 2 out of any 3 of these items in order to figure out the GRM. I'm going to just make it more simple like that. We need to know any 2 of the 3 items to figure out the missing component. The gross monthly income, the value, and the GRM, which is the gross rent multiplier. And then lastly, we have something that we're going to learn about called the GIM. That's the gross income multiplier. It's basically you use the GRM, gross multiplier, plus you add in any additional revenue from sales from non-real estate items like concession stands and such like that. Obviously, this is going to be used for commercial properties usually, right? All right. Here are the formulas I told you about. Up top here is the T formula, and then this is the reverse T formula. So in the book on page 282, next to that bullet point where we highlighted the cap rate, what a cap rate is, a capitalization rate is a rate of return on the investor's measurement of a rate of return on an investor's money. I want you to draw this T. You see the letter T there? I want you to draw the T. And what is this symbol, guys? What is that symbol? That's division, right? And what's the X symbol in math? Multiplication. So I want you to draw a T and then put these symbols here like I have. And then I want you to write at the top here, small number, which is the annual NOI. If we're talking about real estate, this T formula can be used to figure out commissions. It can be figured out. It can be used to calculate cap rates. It can be used for several items. All right. So I want you to write on top of this T formula, small number, annual NOI. On one of the bottom parts, I want you to write large number or the property value. And the other side, write percentage or cap rate would go on this side. And then I want you to write above that whole formula, this little note. TGIF does not stand for thank God it's Friday. It stands for top number goes in the calculator first. And the basic rule is you divide down and multiply across. So if you have this small number and you're trying to figure out what the cap rate is, if you have the annual NOI and you have the property value and you're trying to calculate the rate of return, the cap rate on the investor's money, top number goes in the calculator first. Then you hit the division symbol and then you put in the property value. So a lot of people don't know. Sometimes they put the bottom number in first. So divide down, multiply across, or TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first. Divide down, multiply across, okay? If you're trying to find out one of these missing components. Let me know when you got that all written down in your book. You guys are writing this note right now, right?
Yes.
Okay. So quiet. I worry sometimes. Well, when you're done writing this T formula and TGIF, top number goes in first, divide down, multiply across in your book there. On the next page, 283, I want you to write this other formula above the section where it says gross rent multiplier. Next to that, you're writing use reverse T formula, just like it's written here, reverse T formula. And then I want you to write the reverse T formula above that. And let me know when you're done writing that. I'm going to pause this recording while you guys are writing that. Okay, so where you wrote all these formulas on the page where it says gross rent multiplier, and you wrote next to the title, use reverse T formula. Highlight the third line there that says gross rent multiplier, GRM, relates to the sales price of a property to its rental income. Now we're going to do some math and I'm going to show you how to calculate these, and it's going to be a lot more, it's going to be a lot easier to understand than me just reading to you how to do a math problem by actually showing you how to do the problem. But that you got these formulas down, these formulas make it so much easier. They're not going to give them to you on exam, the formula. The formula you need to remember. When you remember this formula, the math problem is so simple. It is so easy. You guys are going to see what I mean by this, especially since you guys can use calculators, you know? Now, what are the three approaches to value again?
The income approach.
What's the approach to value that's most often used by real estate agents to value residential properties? You know, we do a CMA. What approach to value does that use?
Sales.
Cost.
Comparison approach.
It's the sales comparison approach. we're comparing similar properties to determine the value. So in that regard, it's the sales comparison approach, or they could call it the comparative approach or comparison approach. Okay, you're comparing properties to determine the value. Okay. We have the income approach. That's for any property that generates income. And what type of what approach to value do we value special purpose, unique, one-of-a-kind buildings that don't have comparables or generate income, like a church or city hall or a library? Where is it? Where is it?
Here's the cost approach.
There we go. It's the cost approach, also known as the appraisal by summation. You need to know that cost approach. Sometimes there'll be an exam question that'll, first of all, you need to memorize the 3 approaches to value. Because they could give you a simple question, which one of these is not in one of the 3 approaches to value, or what are the 3 approaches to value, or which one of these options is not one of the 3 approaches to value. You get a question just as simple as that. Which approach to value is also known as the appraisal by summation? The cost approach, right? You need to know the reproduction cost versus replacement cost. What's a people's preference for location? Cite us. You know, we're going to sit us right here. What do we call an extra, like clean air, views, or something like a hot tub or jacuzzi or swimming pool?
Amenity.
An amenity. Highest and best use. What is that? Most probable price that a property will bring, or a value that's most in demand in the reasonably near future. What is the theory of substitution? Which, by the way, the cost approach uses substitution, assuming that there's no delay for construction, that nobody will pay more when the same can be had for less, basically. The 2 types of depreciation, I mean, physical deterioration, we all know that, that's a gimme. But functional obsolescence, external obsolescence, you need to know. We need to figure out how to, what is a cap rate? See, you guys, I think cap rates, the math problem, will be probably given to brokers and not to you. You guys will probably get a GRM math problem. But hey, you never know. So better safe than sorry. I'm still going to teach it to you. But you guys will probably get a question about cap rates that's more along the lines of, what do we call a measurement of the rate of return on an investor's money? It's a capitalization rate, or cap rate for short. GRM is one of the approaches to value, to compare 2 similar properties. And then if we know that the 3 approaches to value are, what do we call it? Here, which approach to value, once again, would you use on to sell a single family home? When you have the 3 approaches to value, sales comparison, cost approach, income approach, which approach to value would you use to value a single property home?
Sales comparison.
Sales comparison. What about a strip mall?
Income approach.
Income approach. What about a library?
Income approach.
Cost.
Is it
Cost.
Cost approach. What about a custom home?
Cost approach.
Probably the cost approach. What about a 3-family house?
Sales
Sales
comparison.
comparison.
Does it generate income too?
It could.
So why not use both?
Mhm.
There's a term called reconciliation. And when an appraiser uses more than one of the 3 approaches to value for the same property, or when we use more than one of the 3 approaches to value on the same property, it's called the reconciliation. And we do this to try to determine which is the best approach that we should use to value this property. And which one would be the best approach that we would use? The one that's the most valuable, because both of them are using approved methods to justify the value. So the one that's most profitable is the one that we would use. We got the sales comparison approach, the cost approach, and the income approach. If we have a 3-family house, it could have comparable properties that have recently sold their 3 families in the neighborhood, right? So we could run the comps and see what it's worth. And then we could also evaluate it using the income approach. And then whichever one is the most valuable, we would use that one. But what do you call it? This is a term you need to know. This one will absolutely be on exams. What do you call it when more than one of the 3 approaches to value are applied to the same property? Reconciliation. So there'll be a place where you could highlight that too on the next page, 284. Highlight reconciliation if more than one of the 3 approaches to value are applied to the same property. Okay, so we're gonna finish off this chapter and then we're gonna come back and we're gonna do the math of it. So appraising is a profession that requires licensing. It's conducted by skilled licensed professionals called appraisers. So appraisers have to be licensed. They perform appraisals for a fee. And there's several different types of appraisal licenses that we're going to go over. CMA is the comparative market analysis. It's an estimate of value done by real estate licensees and must never be called an appraisal. And neither must a BPO for that matter. So let me see. So CMA or BPO, brokers price opinions, right? They must never be called appraisals and they should never be construed as such. We have to have disclosures on our CMAs and BPOs that say that as well. Now, what are the various reasons why we require appraisals? On page 285, we have a list of these things. For estate purposes, when somebody dies, divorce proceedings, how to distribute the assets and divide them, right? Financing, when purchasing or refinancing property requires an appraisal. For taxation purposes, the valuation that we use for tax purposes, remember it's called the ad valorem tax. And what does that mean? According to the value, but they use an assessed value, not the actual market value. It's a little bit different. For relocation purposes, when a relocation company is involved for corporate relocation, sometimes they'll purchase the property, so they need to get an appraisal done. For condemnation reasons, that's when the government's going to take your property by eminent domain. They need to apply value to it so that they could reimburse the property owner. For insurance reasons, for damage loss, for tax deductions, or for feasibilities, for studies, feasibility studies to get done. These are all reasons why people get appraisals done. All right, this is the appraisal process. This is stuff the appraiser needs to know, not so much us. You know, how they go about attacking it and getting the appraisal done. They got to see what their problem is, what it is that they're trying to solve, list the data needed for the resources, gather, record the necessary information, determine highest and best use, estimate the land value, estimate the value using each of the three approaches if possible, reconcile the estimated value, and then report the final value estimate. That's what the appraisers do. And they do this on a uniform residential appraisal report. That's what we call the appraisal statement that they use. Now, these are the different types of appraisal licenses. And here's some things, two terms that we need to see because you'll get one or the other or both on state exam. And on the bottom of page 285, next to last bullet point on the page, I want you guys to highlight Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, USPAP, USPAP, USPAP. That stands for Uniform Standards of Professional Appraisal Practice, USPAP, USPAP. Okay. And then turn the page. I'm going to go over what that is in a moment. Just turn the page right now first. Go to page 288. On page 288, on the third paragraph, the end of the first line, we're going to highlight MAI is a member of the Appraisal Institute. MAI, member of the Appraisal Institute. Okay, so this whole section talking about the profession of appraising and how appraisers do their appraisals. We as real estate agents do BPOs, and we got to be careful that they're not misconstrued to be appraisals by anybody, so we can't call them that. Now, MAI and USPAP, you will get one or the other or both of these on your state exam, so we need to know what that is. MAI is a member of the Appraisal Institute. USPAP is a 15-hour course that appraisers are required to take regularly to renew their licenses. Now, let me just give you an idea in relation to us as real estate agents so that you could easier remember this a little bit easier. When you guys get your real estate licenses, you guys are going to become members of NAR, National Association of Realtors. What NAR is to us, MAI is to appraisers. Make sense? And when you guys become members of NAR, you have to complete the, was it 2.5 hour or 3.5 hour class for the NAR's Code of Ethics. What the Realtors Code of Ethics is to us, USPAP is to appraisers. Although for them, they're required to have that for licensing. Okay. So USPAP is their uniform standard of professional appraisal practice that they have to follow. We follow a code of ethics, they follow that. Whether you memorize what it means or not, as long as you see MAI or USPAP and you know it has something to do with appraisals, you'll get the question right on exam. Okay. All right, so what's required to get your appraiser's license? Well, here I have stated what are the different appraisal license types from lowest to highest. You start off as an apprentice trainee. You have to take a 90-hour class and pass a state exam in all kinds of topics that we're studying here in this chapter and more. And then you're just an apprentice trainee. You cannot, when you graduate, you do not have an appraiser's license. You have an apprentice appraiser's license, okay? That only allows you to act as an assistant for the appraisers and to get the needed experience in order to get your license as a licensed residential appraiser. Then you have to go back to school, take another 150-hour class, pass another exam, and have at least, after you have at least 2,000 hours of experience under your belt and not less than 1 year, 12 months. So you got to serve as an apprentice trainee for at least 1 year with 2,000 hours of experience and take another course and pass another exam. Then you get to become a licensed residential appraiser. who now you can work, but you need to work supervised still under a certified residential appraiser or a certified general appraiser. Now, a certified residential appraiser can work on their own. In order to get that license, you had to appraise, a certified residential appraiser can only appraise residential property under $1 million. They can appraise commercial property, but only when they're being supervised by a certified general appraiser. You're required to have 200 hours of additional experience from a licensed residential appraiser and at least 2,500 hours of experience in not less than 2 years working as a licensed residential appraiser. And you have to have an associate's degree or higher, or you may substitute 21 semester hours of credits in certain topics. Okay. Do those topics help you become a better appraiser? No, they do not. This is one of those stupid requirements that a politician put in there after the mortgage meltdown to say, I put in a more stringent requirement for appraisers to make sure we don't have any more of these problems when valuing properties that allowed the markets to get out of control, which that's all garbage because appraisers were always had their appraisals submitted by supporting evidence. It's not like they were just pulling numbers out of thin air. Plus, you tell me if these classes that these politicians said are going to help you become a better appraiser. You have to do 21 semester credits. All right, wait, hold on a second. Having a degree in what? You have to have an associate's degree in what? Anything, just a degree. Does liberal arts make you a better appraiser? Probably not. Or you can substitute 21 semester credits in English, economics, math, business, or law courses. All right. Now, if you want to become a certified general appraiser who can also work on their own, but they're not limited to appraising residential properties under $1 million, and they could appraise any kind of property, commercial property, land, etc. And there is no higher appraiser's license. So in order to get that certified general appraiser's license, there's no monetary caps on the value of the property, and you can appraise any property. You need to understand that. Remember, when we talk in general, a general agent can do more, so can a general appraiser. In general is a wider scope, right? So that's the type of appraisal license that could do more. So they must have a bachelor's degree or higher and may substitute 30 semester credits in certain topics. So those topics would be any of those topics that I've already read, or accounting, geography, AG economics, business management, or real estate courses. In addition to another 300 hours of approved appraisal classes, and they have to have at least 3,000 hours of experience, and not less, with at least half of that time, 1,500 hours, being in commercial properties, appraisals with their commercial properties over a period of not less than 2.5 years. And then they got to take another exam as well. So certified general appraiser can appraise anything. If you guys want more information about appraisal licenses and such, I have a link down here at the bottom of this slide that appraisers can appraise any kind of property. I don't know why that link is so small. Let me make that text just a little bit bigger. All right. That's the link to get more information about becoming an appraiser. You have to know, you guys will get questions on exam about this, and the question's probably going to be, whatever the question is, the answer is probably going to be certified general appraiser. They basically ask you questions like this. They may give you a question about one of these two, MAI or USPAP. Now, they may give you, they will also give you a question about appraisal licenses. What type of license is required to perform an appraisal?
For residential or commercial?
Let me repeat the question. What type of license is required to perform an appraisal?
An appraiser's license?
Any of these, yeah, an appraiser's license, any one of these, an appraisal license. That's it, an appraiser's license. All right. They could ask you a question just as broad as that, or they could ask a question, what kind of license is required to appraise to value a property or to appraise a property? A residential property that was listed for $1.2 million. Or that's sold for $1.2 million.
That's certified general appraiser.
Certified general appraiser, because a certified residential appraiser cannot appraise anything under over $1 million, right? They're restricted to under $1 million. Or if it's a mixed use property or commercial or something, anything like that, certified residential general appraiser, okay? So most likely the answer is going to be certified general appraiser, unless they ask you what kind of properties a certified residential appraiser can appraise, you know? Okay. That's the only trickiest thing that's on there, but you will get something about this on state exam. I think I'll add something there to our exam about it for that matter too. To our database if we don't have something like that already. All right. So the profession of appraising requires licensing. All right. So how real estate licensees appraise or value properties? We don't appraise them, we value them. We either do a CMA, which is a comparative market analysis. We do that for the consumer, for sellers and buyers. We do BPOs for lenders often when they want them, or for banks. And both CMAs and BPOs should include a disclosure in them that this is not an appraisal and should not be considered the equivalent of one. All right. We want to basically make sure that we're not calling it an appraisal. Okay. The rest of this chapter just gives a bunch of different math problems, I think. That's it. Yep. So let's do the key terms to review at the end of the chapter. Well, actually, we're going to highlight something. Let's highlight on page 288, next to last paragraph. Both licensed and certified residential appraisers must pass an exam and may conduct appraisals of no more than $1 million. And then highlight just beneath that, certified general appraiser. Just highlight certified general appraiser. And then at the very last line, the last word on the line, highlight unlike residential appraisers, certified general appraisers have no monetary caps on the properties they can appraise. And right at the end of that line, and can appraise commercial properties.
This is on page 288.
Going on to page 289.
Oh, so at the bottom?
The bottom, the very last line, there's just the word there, unlike, and then it goes on to the next page. Unlike residential appraisers, certified general appraisers have no monetary caps on the properties they can appraise. And then right after that, can appraise any commercial property. Or can appraise commercial properties.
And then how about the one where appraisers appraisers, where residential appraisers can only go to $1 million.
Yeah, I had you highlight that too. That's the next to last paragraph.
Oh, I
On
see.
page
Both
288.
license. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So
Now-
we're writing that separately, like we're writing that ourselves, can appraise commercial property.
Yeah, I write that at the end of the line, and can appraise commercial properties.
So the residential appraisers, yeah. I just answered my own question. It's in the name. They can.
Okay. Now, if you want to, I'm going to highlight it in my book. I don't even have it highlighted. I'm going to highlight it in my book because I had it on the slideshow here. In every case, the required course of study must include 15-hour national USPAP course. All appraisers have to take that 15-hour USPAP course. But they have to take it in order to renew their licenses too, but they don't go into the license renewal and all that stuff. And you got a couple links at the bottom of this page here, 289, for the Appraisal Foundation, Appraisal Institute. If you guys are interested in becoming appraisers at all, you want to get some information on that. Turn to page 290, and we're going to do the key terms to review. And then we're going to get into the math of this chapter. So, analysis of income, including rental and other factors.
That's the capitalization rate.
No,
Gross rent. Wait, no. And analysis of income, including rent. So
gross
that
income
gross rent?
multiplier. 10 is A, gross income multiplier. That includes the rent as well as additional income from concessions. So that's the GIM, gross income multiplier. Analysis of rental income only, used roughly in sales comparison approach.
Gross rent multiplier.
Yeah.
11 is B, that's a GRM, the gross rent multiplier. Use of land that yields the most money.
Highest and best use.
12 is C. Appraisal technique that analyzes the cost to build.
Cost approach.
Cost approach, 6 is D. Analysis of value of the property using return on investment.
Income approach.
13 is E. Is that E? Yeah, that's E. Extra that contributes to the owner's satisfaction, clean air, views, and so on.
Amenity.
It's an amenity. One is F. A loss of value due to any cause.
External.
Due to any cause.
Oh.
Depreciation.
functional obsolescence?
It's simply depreciation. 7 is G. Loss of value due to factors beyond the property's boundaries.
External obsolescence.
That's external obsolescence. 8 is H.
Obsolescence.
A loss of value due to worn or outmoded features. I guess that's their word of outdated.
Functional.
9 is I, functional obsolescence. Process of estimating value.
Appraisal.
2 is J. Rate of return demanded by investors in a particular area.
Capitalization rate.
4 is K. Similar nearby property recently sold.
Comparable.
5 is L, comparables. An independent person trained to provide an unbiased estimate of value.
Appraiser.
3 is M, appraisal, appraiser, sorry. All right. Analysis of values. Now, key terms 2. Analysis of values received by different appraisal approaches.
Reconciliation.
Reconciliation, 4 is A. Cost to rebuild exactly using materials like the original.
Reproduction.
Reproduction cost.
Reproduction, 6 is B. Cost to rebuild using today's materials and techniques.
Replacement cost.
5 is C. What a property actually sells for.
Market price.
1 is D. Location and the buyer's willingness to pay more for certain locations.
Situs.
Situs, that's the people's preference for location. 8 is E. Loss of value due to wear and tear.
Physical deterioration.
Physical deterioration, 3 is F. Parcel of real estate being appraised. What do we call it?
Subject property.
The subject property, 9 is G. Present worth of future benefits. Can also be described as
Market value. Value.
simply value. 11 is H. Price that would be paid by an informed buyer, an educated buyer.
Market value.
Market value, 2 is I. Principle that no one pays more if the same can be had for less.
Sales comparison approach. Substitution.
Substitution, 10 is J. An appraisal technique that analyzes the sale price of comparable properties.
Sales comparison approach.
7 is K. There we go. So
Where's
That-
R?
that finishes up chapter 16, but now we're going to do some math problems for chapter 16 to learn how to do the math of it. So I'm going to walk you through a couple of math problems and how to use these formulas. So first, I'm going to start off and walking you through this formula, teach you how to use these T formulas. So let me pull up a whiteboard here. Now I got a whiteboard up that's got, let me look for one that already got some of these things in there.
Oh, you gotta stop.
T formula, T formula, T formula. Let me look this up. Where is it? I got it somewhere here. Pitting math, no rates. Appreciation, cap rates, and GRM. There we go. And I have two of them actually. So let me take a look at each one of these slides and see which one to use here when it opens. Hope that didn't just freeze. All right, they're going to give you a question like this on exam. Or let me show you rather how to use this problem. They could get a question like this on exam. A house sells for $425,000 and the total commission is $19,125. What did the listing agent charge the seller as a listing fee? Huh. Already got the answer there. It's no good. So how does this work? Well, the small number goes on top. If you recall the T formula, what numbers go where? The small number is the commission, right? For $19,125. That's the number that would go on top of the T formula. So we draw ourselves the T. I don't know why I got two of them here. And then we could put the value on the other side, the bottom on one of the sides, right? $425,000. Remember, TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first. 19,125 divided by 425 is?
$4.5%.
It's 4.5%, or it's 0.045, which basically, if we move it 2 decimal points to the right, that makes it 4.5%. So 4.5%. Okay. See how easy that is? Now, let me show you something. You could prove your math, and here's an easy way to do it. If we came out with that 4.5%, if we want to make sure that it's right, let's do this. 19,125 divided by 4.5%, and you should get $425,000. See if that works. Is that what you got?
Yes.
You could also try it like this. 425,000 times 4.5%. You should get this. That work out? If it did, then you got the right answer. See, if you get the answer, you could make sure that it's correct by double checking it this way. See, you should be able to erase one of the numbers and work it out the other way and be able to figure it out. And you can work your way all the way around that way. Okay. Here. Let's do it with your commission. Well, we just did it with your commission. So we just did a problem here for the commission, how to calculate the commission, right? We're going to now take a look at how to calculate a cap rate problem. Let me make sure first that the answer is not up here. I'm going to move it over. If it is, I'm going to erase it so that we could figure it out. Just got to erase a couple numbers here.
I have a question about the last problem whenever you're ready for it. Maybe after this one.
The
After
last
this one.
problem? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, do you want me to ask you now or after you?
Yeah.
finish?
No, go ahead. You can ask now.
All right, so the listing agency that would be the listings agency's cut or the $19,000, the $4.5% of the $425,000 sale. That would go to the listing agency.
I
We'll
think
go
I
to
was
the
talking about
sellers.
total commission. Let me take a look at that problem.
Okay,
Let's take a look.
because I'm wondering how that's divided, like, between the buyer's agency and the seller's agency, like, just for more, further, like, so I can get it further. The whole process.
All right. The question's not asking how the commission's divided amongst the agents. This commission problem, you guys see the whiteboard right now? Again,
Yes,
the question is just trying to find out what the total commission would be before there's any split with any amongst the agencies. Because who charges the commission? The listing agent charges the owner the commission. The owner always pays the commission, and then that commission would usually get divided up amongst between the listing agency and the buyer's agency, whoever brings the buyer.
okay. So
So
that
it's-
number
So
right
it's not
there.
getting into all those details that you want to know from your agent perspective, okay? They don't care about that either in this question.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just personally asking you. Yeah, I know, but that's not what it was asking.
No, well, you remember that questions, what's the total commission on this? If it was 4.5%, it was 19,125, right?
Yeah,
That gets split between two agencies. It's usually split 50-50, usually. And then that gets split between the agent and the broker, and this side gets split between the agent and the broker. So there's usually usually a four-way split.
okay,
Between
Yeah.
the two agents, the two agencies, and then each agency and their agent.
exactly. Okay,
And now how that's split amongst the agent and their broker, well, read your employment agreement. It depends. What's your commission?
okay,
Okay.
okay.
So now let's see this. Come on. Hello, what the hell's going on here? There we go. I don't know what the hell that delay was about. All right, so here's a math problem for you. Hold on. All right, we're going to figure out what the cap rate is on this property when we know that this is we have a property with the asking price of $450,000. It's a 4-unit building with 2 2-bedroom units and 2 3-bedroom units. Each 2-bedroom is renting for $1,200 a month. And each 3-bedroom is renting for $1,500 a month. You could figure out the total income on this by, well, 1,200 times 2 units, that's 2,400, and 3 bedrooms, there's 2 of them, 1,500 each, times 2, it's 3,000. So the total monthly income on this is what?
5,400.
$5,400. Now, when calculating cap rates, you need to know the annual. So how do we figure out the annual?
Times 54 5,400 times 12.
times 12, 12 months in a year, right? So you're gonna collect month, the landlord's gonna collect the rent 12 times a month. So what's the total income on this? 5,400 a month times 12 months?
$64,800.
$64,800. All right, so we drew our T formula over here on the right. And we could plug in one number because we know it already. It is the asking price, right? So we put in that price of the property here. Now, we're trying to figure out what the cap rate is on the property. What else do we need to know? The expenses. So we need to add up all the expenses here. And some of these figures are yearly, some of them are monthly. We got one here that's a quarter for the sewer bill. What I did is I already went in here and I figured it out. If it was like monthly, I times it by 12 and put I converted everything to annual figures. Now we just got to add all those annual numbers. Now, remember when calculating cap rates, do you factor in the mortgage payment as an expense?
No.
So that's information we don't need. Don't let them trick you if they ask you that on exam. So if you're to add up all these expenses, what does it come out to? It's simple math. Let's just do the adding of all the expenses. If the taxes are, what are they, 14,000 a year? 2,800 for insurance. 1,800 for the dumpster or garbage removal. 1140 for electric, 1080 for gas, 1,200 for sewer, 1,800 for landscaping, 300 a year for snow removal, and 1,700 a year for miscellaneous expenses. What do you guys have a total expenses of now?
I got 90,620.
For expenses?
Yeah. Oh, I got it wrong. Hold on. When you add it all up, let me know if your figure is the same as mine.
Yes.
You got the same thing, 25,820 for
Yes.
expenses?
Yeah.
What exactly? That's just the amount of every yearly expense.
Those are your yearly expenses for being a property owner. Property taxes, insurance, if you're paying for a dumpster or for waste removal, electric, gas, sewer, landscaping, snow removal, miscellaneous repairs. All right. So what is our net operating income on this property then after expenses?
$38,980.
So what I got, 38,980. Now, can we plug this in somewhere? We plug that in right up here on the T formula, right? So what's the cap rate?
You take the 38,980, divide it, top number goes in first, divide it by 450,000, the value, and you get 0.0866 whatever. So I'm just rounding it here. Well, not rounding up, obviously. So I'm just putting it at 8.6%. If I'm going to round it up, it'd be 8.7 really. All right. Here, let's be proper. Let me round it up. It's 8.66%. So that's 8.7 really, right? Technically. So that's the cap rate. What is that? What is the cap rate? What does that mean? What does that mean to have a cap, the cap rate? What is cap short for?
Capitalization.
Capitalization rate. It's a measurement of the rate of return of the investor's money. How much money does the investor have in? Purchase price.
450,000.
$450,000. So that means that annually, they're going to be getting back 8.7% of that $450,000 every year. Based on their $38,980 in net income every year. In relation to the total money that they laid out, that's 8.7% return annually.
How's that a return after spending it though?
What's that? Well, this is your
How's that a
annual return. In your, after you collect your rents every year, the rents on the rents, you're getting $64,800, but you don't get to keep that. You got to subtract all your property expenses. And when you subtract all the expenses from the income, you have $38,980 a year. Every year, this is your profit. That's your profit. That's your spendable income every year. Okay. So, but in relation to how much money you laid out to buy the property, which was $450,000, you're getting 8.7% back of your money every year. So if you're only getting 8.7% of your money back every year, how long is it going to take you to get all your money back?
Like 12 years.
Let's see, $450,000 you laid out there. So it's let's see, 38,000. Let's see, 450,000. If you do 450,000 divided by 38,980, it'll be 11 and a half years, 11.54, 11 and a half years for you to get all your money back at an 8%, 8.7% return every year. So you have all your money back in 11 and a half years that you laid out. And then after that 11 and a half years, everything beyond that point is profit. It's just profit after that. So how much are you going to have in, if that's 11 and a half years, how much are you going to have in 22 years? 22 years, you're going to make $450,000. Just if you just hold it for rent, not counting if the property value goes up, and then you could sell the property at a profit as well. Is real estate a good investment?
Great investment.
It's
Yes.
a great investment. Look, if you just have this one property, how much are you guys making now on your salaries? You know, having this one property for just collecting rents, you're making $38,980 a year every year for doing nothing. Right?
Can you describe how you did that up top, that math of calculating for the 4-unit buildings, the
The rent?
Yeah, the rent collection. Can you just do that one more time, please?
Sure. If you have two-bedroom units and each one of them is renting at $1,200 a month, the rent for each one is $1,200 a month. If you got 2 units, 1,200 times the 2 units, that's 2,400. If you got 2 3-bedrooms, each one is renting for 1,500 a month. 1,500 times 2 is 3,000. Add those 2 up. These are the total rents that you're collecting monthly is $5,400 a month. Times that by 12 months and you get your annual income. This is your annual GOI, your annual gross operating income before expenses.
Got it. Thank you. And then will this be up? Is this up on the link that you sent us to see these math problems, or?
No, but I got a bunch of problems like this in the slideshow. I'm not sure if this particular one is in the slideshow, but I got a bunch of these up on the slideshow that show you step by step how to do this. And this video is available in your class YouTube video link, right? So I'm gonna generate this and upload this video. I got plenty of videos like this. You could just look up chapter 16, go to the end of the chapter and watch the math as we do it to practice. All right, now for the same property, let's figure out how to figure out the GRM on it. Okay, so basically, sometimes you guys have, before we do GRM, basically you may have an investor that walks into your real estate office and they say, yeah, I'm looking to buy a investment property, but it's got to have at least a 8% cap rate. I mean, if you don't understand what they're talking about and you look at them like all dazed and confused, you're gonna be like, all right, is there somebody else here that knows what the hell they're doing? Okay, so you have to understand, what are they saying when they want an 8% cap rate? They want an 8%, at least, they want to earn at least 8% on their money every year. So whatever they laid out, they want to get back at least 8% of that every year. That's what they're saying when they say, I want to get an 8% cap. It's got to have at least an 8% cap on it. Now, this property got you an 8.7% cap rate. Is there a possibility that we could raise it after we bought it? How can we raise the cap rate on this other than raising the rent? Other than raising the rent, can we get a higher return on our investment here?
Lower.
Do some remodeling.
You can reduce your expenses. Well, how are we going to reduce our expenses? Well, let me see. You got a dumpster here you're paying $150 a month for. You think you could buy a couple garbage cans and then give one of the tenants an additional $25 a month off his rent if he just drags in the garbage cans and drags out the garbage cans every week? You think somebody will do it for that?
Yes.
Somebody will. You could probably even X the landscaper and say, hey, listen, I'll give you $50 a month off the rent if you cut the grass. You think somebody will do it for $50 a month? They'll cut the grass once a week or once every 2 weeks?
Yes.
Probably, right? So that saves you $150. That saves you $100 a month on the landscaping. All this stuff is raising your return on your investment by having someone else do that. You know, snow removal, $300 a year. That's actually kind of cheap. Depending on how much snow you get and what are they doing? Are they plowing the lot or shoveling stuff? So I'm not going to touch that one right away. But, you know, let's see. Waste, let me see. Sewer and water bill, $300 a quarter. That's pretty cheap for a 4-unit building. That could be like the common area expense, maybe you have some washer and dryers in a laundry room or something like that, you know. So that's not too bad. But yeah, see, we could increase our rate of return a little bit. All right, but anyway, this property has a rate of return of 8.7%. Now, another property comes up on the market for sale. Let me shut off the screen so you can't see it for a moment. I want to do something real quick. I want to make sure I don't have numbers listed here, which I do. All right, so I'm going to give you another example in a second. But before I do, for this property that we just figured out the cap rate for, this property that we just figured out the cap rate for, we figured out that the cap rate is 8.7%. I want you to tell me what the GRM is on this property, on the same property. So what numbers do we need to plug in? We need to use the reverse T formula to figure that out, right? And the reverse T formula, instead of the small number going up top, the large number goes up top, which is the value of the property. By the way, this reverse T formula is only going to work for figuring out GRM. You can't use it for commissions or anything else. Cap rates, you could use it for commission, you could use it for cap rates, you could use it for several things. All right, so what number do we put at the bottom here when figuring out a GRM? What's the small number on a cap rate, or for figuring out GRMs rather?
The monthly income.
The gross monthly income. So we don't need to even know the expenses. So what's the gross monthly income for this property? We already figured it out, didn't we?
5,400.
There we go, $5,400. So what's the GRM on this property? If you paid $450,000 for it, and the monthly income is $5,400. We're going to do 450,000 divided by, remember, top number goes in first, you hit the division key, and then divide it by 5,400. And what is your GRM?
I got 83.
You just got 83 even, or
No, 83.
83.33?
Yes.
All right. That's what I got too. That's it. You got that question right on exam. Isn't that easy?
Yes, that was.
So you didn't even need to know what the expenses are. You didn't need to, all you needed to know is what the monthly income was and the asking price on the property. How can they make it more difficult on exam? Well, they'd be like, they would give you like the annual income. They would say, if the annual income on this property is $64,800 and the expenses are $38,000 and the expenses are $25,820 on this property, the purchase price was $450,000. And you have a mortgage of $3,200 a month. What is the GRM on that property? Well, first of all, what do you know? You know that you don't need that, you don't factor in the mortgage. You know that you don't need the expenses when calculating a GRM. Now, you plug the $450,000 number up top. You got to remember it goes on top of the T formula for figuring out or the reverse T formula for figuring out the GRM. And you need to know the gross monthly income. If they gave you the gross annual income of 64.8, what do you got to do? Divide it by 12 to figure out that the monthly is 5,400. And then you plug the number in.
That's how that's the hardest that they would make it. Still, so what do you need to know? The T formula. As long as you know the T formula and what numbers go where. What numbers do you need to know? The value of the property and the gross monthly income to figure out the GRM. Any other information they give you is bullshit. They're trying to fool you. Okay?
Okay, so that's the gross monthly. Okay, so all we need to know is the you said
The gross monthly income, the gross monthly income, not the annual, the monthly income. You don't need to know the expenses. You just need to know the value of the property and the gross monthly income. So on this one, you guys already figured out that the GRM on this property is 83.33. Now, I told you, what is a GRM? It's not used for, there's no such thing as a good GRM or a bad GRM. A GRM is a multiplier. It's just a number that's used to compare two things. So what are we trying to compare? We're trying to compare two income producing properties. So on this property, we figured out that the cap rate is 8.7%. The higher the cap rate, the better the number. Too high a cap rate, you're probably dealing with a slumlord because they're not putting any money back in their property. You know, so 8.7 is pretty good rate of return. Now, we know that this property, that a 4-unit building in this neighborhood will get you an 8.7% rate of return on your investment. So a property, a 4-unit building in this neighborhood with an 8.7% cap rate has an 83.33 GRM. So if another building comes up for sale in the neighborhood, that's also a 4-unit building. Because remember, to use a GRM, you could only use the GRM to compare two similar properties. You could only use this one to compare it to another 4-unit building. So another 4-unit building comes up on the market for sale, and that owner wants to get the same cap rate. Now, although this is not 100% accurate, this will get us in the ballpark of that 8% cap rate. If another property, another 4-unit building came up on the market for sale here, and it's 4 units. It has 1 2-bedroom unit and 3 3-bedroom units. They don't even tell you what the rent is, though. Who cares what the asking price is? How much would we offer on this property to get us in that same cap rate range? I'm going to show you how you could actually use the GRM tool in real life and not just for exam purposes. Okay? Because most schools just teach you how to use it on exam and then you forget about it and you never use it, but it could actually be a very useful tool for you. Because sometimes this happens. Agents put up listings in the MLS, and it often happens without the income, without the expenses. So how do we figure out the cap rate if we got a client that's coming to us and say, I only want a property with a certain cap rate? We'd have to reach out to the other agent and find out what the income and expenses are on it. And sometimes the property owner does not want to disclose it unless that buyer first agrees to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Now you're going to have people signing contracts just to find out if this is a property you even want to show. Isn't that kind of stupid? How about this? How about for a property in this neighborhood that we already know the numbers for? We figure out what the GRM on it is, which we just did. And then, we could use this same GRM on this property, 83.33, because we know that that GRM on a 4-unit building in this neighborhood will yield you approximately 8.5% cap rate, right? So this should get us in the same ballpark. Could we agree that 4-unit buildings, one 4-unit building compared to another 4-unit building in the same neighborhood,
that the expenses to maintain it shouldn't be too different. Shouldn't they be at least in the same ballpark?
Yeah,
So granted, this is not going to be accurate 100%. We're doing some educated guessing here by using that kind of logic, right? So they don't even have the rental rates stated here. If this property's in the same neighborhood though, can we agree that 2-bedroom units are gonna be in the same ballpark range for what they ask for rents on them?
sure.
So this one's gonna go for 1,200. That one went for 1,200. What do 3 bedrooms go for here? 1,500?
1,500.
So we'll go 1,500 here too. Now this one has 3 of them, and this one only has 1. So we're gonna do 1,200, and then we're gonna figure out what this is. That's what, 4,500 or something like that. So
4,500.
yeah. So 1,500 times 3, that's 4,500 plus the 1,200. That's 5,700, right? And we put that number right here. This is the reverse T formula. So how much should we offer on this property? And it should get us in the same 8.7% cap rate range. 80, we do the 5,700, the gross monthly income times the GRM. And what should we offer?
474,981.
That looks pretty good to me. See how it could be useful? If you guys actually remember this formula, you could actually use it. It could actually be really useful for you when you start working in real estate. Unfortunately, a lot of people are never explained how you could use it. They just tell you how to figure it out on a property, but they never tell you really how to use it, because most brokers, most agents, most instructors don't even know because they never use it. How ridiculous is that? I just taught you how to use it in real life as well. Took a couple minutes to explain it. We figured out it's real simple to figure out how to calculate the GRM, right? That's a no-brainer. You just need the gross monthly income and the property value. That's like any dummy can do that with the reverse T formula.
That would have been at the same cap at exactly 8.7.
Well, like I said, this is a ballpark. That'll get you in a ballpark range. I'm sure that the property's rents may be a little bit different. Maybe the property's expenses are slightly different. You know, the taxes, the water usage, all that stuff. That could be a little bit off. It could be a little bit different, but it's going to still get you in the same ballpark of that 8.5% cap rate range, which is good. So this is a quick, rough, dirty tool to get you in the ballpark. It's not going to be 100% accurate on the money, 8.7%, but it'll get you close. So isn't that a cool tool to have without having to sign non-disclosure agreements or calling the other agent up to find out what the income and expenses are, and then having to wait for them to reach out to their client have to get their accountant to prepare paperwork and get back to them and then get it to you. And it's, you know, you can have it in how long did it take us to do that? Right?
Sure.
Right? That's pretty useful, right? Okay. So that's it. I just showed you how to use the T formula for commissions. We did this problem. And then I showed you how to use it for calculating the cap rate with this problem. And then for that same property, I showed you how to figure out the GRM. And then I took it a step further and showed you how to use it in real life. I just need you to remember the tool called the T formula. You got the T formula and the reverse T formula. Reverse T formula is only used for GRM problems. You need to know though what to put, what is the small number and where does it go on the cap rate? It goes up top. And that small number is the annual net income. Where does the small number go on GRM? It goes on the bottom. But what is that small number? It's the gross monthly income. So if you remember what numbers to put where, you'll get it right. Keep in mind that on the right side of the on the T formula, you have a cap rate, but down here on the reverse T formula, that's not a percentage, it's a whole number, right? That, like we just figured out, we didn't hit the percentage key on our calculator, it's just 83.33. All right, let me see, whatever, I think I may have another problem or two here for you. Let's see, what do we got here? So we got another problem here if you like to figure one out. If a 4-unit building is generating $62,000 per year in income and has $28,000 in annual expenses with a monthly mortgage payment of $2,400 and the realtor charges 6% commission. If the property sold for $425,000, what is the GRM? Let me ask you guys a question. What numbers do you need to figure out a GRM? Before you even start trying to figure this out, what numbers do you need to put in the reverse T formula to figure out the GRM?
The asking price for the property and the grossly month, yeah, what he said, the monthly.
All right, so what is the price on the property?
425,000.
And where does that go in the T, in the reverse T formula?
On the top.
On the top. $425,000. All right. And so what number goes on the bottom in order to figure out what the GRM is? Because that's what this question's asking.
The gross rental income, the gross rent monthly.
Okay. Did they give you the gross monthly rent?
No.
What'd they give you?
They gave us the yearly income.
Okay, so then how do we figure out the monthly?
The T formula.
Divided by 12.
Divided by 12.
No, you divide it by 12 months. You take the annual income, divide it by 12. So 62,000 divided by 12 months. And what is the monthly? 5166 and change. So 5166 and change. Now what do we do? $425,000 divided by 5166. And what's the GRM?
$82.25.
82.26.
6.
Yeah, it's 0.6867, so 82.26, yeah. See how they made it hard? They gave you the annual, and they gave you an expenses and all kinds of the realtor's commission, all kinds of crap that's irrelevant to the question. How did I start this question out? I asked a question about the question because it said, what is the GRM? So I asked, what numbers do you need to figure out the GRM? That's my first step. And then once I established that, then I realized, well, then all this crap is BS, right? So then I know, well, we do need the income, but they didn't give us the income, the monthly. They gave us the annual. So we had to break it down. How do you figure out the monthly? Well, there's 12 months in a year, so divide it by 12 to get the monthly income. And then remember, TGIF, top number goes in the calculator first, divided by the monthly gross income, gives you the GRM. Bada bing, bada boom. Hard? No. You just need to remember the steps. I understand I just explained it and you may be forgetting it right off the bat. That's why you study. And I got tons of examples of this. I'm not going to go through tons of examples of that right now. These other examples are for the next problem that I need to give you though, which, let me go erasing some numbers here. All righty. What do I have down here? Yeah, this is just another GRM problem down here, cap rate problem over there. Okay, but we just did one, so we don't need to do that again. Now,
Okay, so what is that number telling us that
which one?
the GRM? What is that? What is the GRM telling us?
Are you asking what is a GRM a good number or a bad number?
No. Maybe so. Is that what I'm asking? I'm asking basically like I understand what
Okay,
the
okay,
top number on the left side.
hold on. Let me just zoom in on it again. I mean, I have it in the definition on the slide. This is the whiteboard, but I wrote it here too. Read that. There's no such thing as a good or a bad GRM. A GRM is an insignificant number in itself. The number itself doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
It's just the number that's used to compare two things. In this case, it's being used to compare two 4-family properties, income producing properties. Okay.
Okay.
So we're using it. How do we compare them and make them the same pretty much, right? How do we do that? Well, we figured out a property that we had all the expenses and income and the cap rate figured it out on that. We already figured out for that property. So we figured out what the GRM was for it. So we want to find other properties that are for sale that are similar and be able to offer a price on it that would still get us in the same cap rate range. So how do we do that? Well, we apply this GRM to another property, and that would get us able to figure out what our asking price should be. Because look, they could have been asking for this property, they could have been asking $500,000. I don't know. But we're only going to offer $474,981 because that should get us in that same cap rate range as this property in the neighborhood. So their asking price, I don't care about. I don't care about how much they're asking. I know what I need to get. I know what I'm looking for. If they don't accept it, screw them. I find another property that will generate the kind of income I'm looking for. Isn't that how investors work?
Yep.
Okay.
So you need to know what cap rate you're looking for in order to know.
Yeah. What's a minimum acceptable income for you to buy any investment, a business, a property? The whole purpose of that is to generate income. You're a businessman, so if you're wanting to generate, what's the whole idea of being in business? To generate income, right? So what's the minimum income you want to make? Right? You know what I'm saying? So for real estate, for a 4-family house, what is considered acceptable?
The return, the cap rate.
It's the rate of return. We're not looking at a particular dollar figure because different properties can have different values to them. As long as they're giving us a good percentage rate of return. Look, anything above 6% is good. If you got a 6% rate of return on the property, that's a good rate of return. And the property's probably going to be in very good condition and probably going to be in a good neighborhood too. As your rate of return, your cap rate starts increasing, 8% is very good. 9, 10% is excellent. Maybe even all the way up to 12. But if you start getting into those 14, 15 and up cap rate ranges, you're either dealing with a slumlord, somebody who's not putting money back into their property. I mean, how do you generate that kind of income unless you get that property very cheap? Or aren't putting a lot of money back into the property. And if you're not putting a lot of money back into the property to earn that kind of income, that means the property's probably falling apart, right?
Exactly.
Now, this is at least applying to New Jersey. Like if you buy an investment property in Pennsylvania, you could probably get those properties for cheaper amount, or the property expenses are cheaper, like the taxes. What's the taxes that we paid on this property? $14,000 a year. You think you could get a 4-family house in Pennsylvania and pay less than $14,000 a year in property taxes?
Oh, yeah.
Guaranteed. Significantly less. Okay. That just gives you an idea. If you're an investor, that just gives you an idea of how bad New Jersey is for investors. At least real estate investors, right? You can invest in a different state, probably get the same kind of rents, or even if the rents are cheaper, you could probably still get the same kind of return on the investment or more, because the taxes are a lot cheaper. You know, I know this one girl in Pennsylvania, a good friend of mine. She's got a 2-bedroom apartment. It's 2-story apartment. It's 2-level. 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom, giant living room, and a giant kitchen combination dining room. Closet space. The kitchen is probably the bathroom is probably the size of a bedroom. For it's like an oversized bathroom too. The thing is huge. It's huge, and she's paying $750 a month rent, I think. 750 or 800, something like that. What are you going to get in New Jersey for that? In a slum.
Where's she at?
In a slum, you'll be lucky if you could get a studio or a 1-bedroom, or maybe 2-bedroom. You're really talking not just a slum. You're talking about a dangerous area now, right? Mm-hmm. Probably got gangs in the area, that kind of price range, right?
Where was she at, your friend?
She is in Catasauqua. It's just past Bethlehem.
Oh, what state?
Pennsylvania.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm interested. I'm asking a lot of questions because this is what I want to do. Like, I like this type of investment. I like real estate investments. That's what I want to do, basically.
Exactly. Yeah, but there's a lot of ways you can make money in real estate. Rental properties, buying properties to fix and flip so you don't got to deal with renters. I tell you what, residential renters, especially in New Jersey, if you don't know what you're doing, you're asking for trouble dealing with renters. Look right now, we've got a pandemic going on. You've got a governor who put an order in that landlords can't evict their tenants, even if they're not paying rent right now. Do those landlords still have to pay their mortgages though? Or do you think the bank will foreclose on them?
Yeah.
Both. They got to pay their mortgage and the bank will foreclose on them.
Correct. But the tenant doesn't have to pay rent right now. Why? I mean, they should be paying rent right now, but why don't they have to pay rent? Well, because the governor said you don't need to, because the landlord won't be able to evict you. But this is only a temporary moratorium. Wait until they open up things again. and they allow the evictions to resume. You got a lot of people out there that just stop paying rent because they figure I don't gotta pay rent. No, my friends. It's a temporary moratorium because in case your job is closed and you're not collecting income, you can't get evicted right now for non-payment of rent. But you're gonna owe all that back rent for all those months that you did not pay your rent to the landlord when it opens back up. We're gonna see some packed eviction courts when things open back up. Why do you think these states that are so married to they're making this such a political issue that they're refusing to reopen? They want to make it as hard as possible because then they want you dependent on the politicians to help you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a political thing, guys. If you don't think that it's a political thing, you are blind. All right. Anyway, unfortunately, politicians put their own best interests first instead of those they're supposed to be representing. Okay. There's no reason for us to be shut down still. We've got vaccines. Vaccines are supposed to be working, right? Well, then why do we still need to wear masks? Why can't we go out in public? Right? It's ridiculous. Schools are closed, but airlines are flying and people are flying on airplanes packed in like sardines for hour flight, 2-hour flights, right? Can you explain that? I can't.
Nope.
It's a game.
All right, let's do the other. We got another math problem. Now we learned about the next thing. See here in the slideshow, I did questions just like this with cap rates, and I walked you through how to figure it out. Actually, I think this is pretty much that same problem. And then I figured I used the same problem for you to calculate the GRM on it. And then we just got more examples of that. I posted several of them here. That's in that slideshow for chapter 12. What chapter is that? 16. All right. The cost approach, depreciation, appreciation. Okay. So this slide right here now, I kind of skipped over it earlier because this one, if I explain it, you're not going to get it until we're actually doing it, the math problem of it. And so I have a math problem of that, how to do the cost approach. What approach, the cost approach, the value is used to determine value on what types of properties?
New construction. Right?
No. Properties that don't have comparables or don't generate income. For special purpose buildings, like how do you determine the value of a church or a library or a public building or a custom house that does not have comparables and it does not generate income? So you can't use the comparison approach or the income approach on. You would use the cost approach. Let me try to back it up to the cost approach for a second really quick. Okay. So remember this, the cost approach right here, also known as the appraisal by summation. What are the steps? They estimate the current cost to construct the building. And then they estimate depreciation of the improvement. Wait, how do they do that? That's the math problem we're learning here. Let me get to that slide again. There we go, using these steps. Step 1, determine which method to use, either straight line or compound method. If the question does not tell you which approach to value to use, the straight line or the compound method, you're always going to use the straight line. The straight line method assumes each year's depreciation amount is a percentage of the original value. So to solve it, you would multiply the percentage of depreciation by the number of years that it depreciated in value. If it was the compound method you were using, you would take the percent of depreciation and you would do the math problem 3 times. Now, step 2 is you would try to determine, did the property appreciate or depreciate in value? And we're trying to determine, are we talking about a value, appreciation is a increase of value, depreciation is a decrease in value. What is value? It's 100%. So we're either going to be subtracting from 100% or adding to 100%. We need to know that. Are we figuring out appreciation or depreciation? And then step 3, are we trying to determine the value of the property in the past, how much it cost you to get? Or are we trying to figure out what it's currently worth? If we're trying to figure out a value back in time, we divide. If we try to figure out what it's worth today or a future value, we multiply. Now, let me show you these 3 steps in actual, in work. How does it actually work? So here are those 3 steps again, or these 4 steps, you know. I rearranged them a little bit. I said, step 1, determine the value based on 100%. So if you have a question that's worded like this, you guys could all see the slide. Am I back here on the slide? I hope. Yeah.
Yes, I can see it.
So if you purchase a property 3 years ago and it depreciated in value 2% per year, and today's value is $400,000, how much did you purchase the property for? So value is based on 100%. So we're going to start by writing 100%. And did it appreciate or depreciate in value?
Depreciated.
It depreciated. That's what the question said. So we're going to be subtracting from 100%. And because they didn't tell us to use the compound method, we're going to use the straight line method. So this is the straight line method. We take the percentage of depreciation times the number of years that it depreciated. 2% times 3 years. That's 6%. So we're subtracting 6% from 100. That gives us 0.94 or 94%, right? Now, we know that today's value is 400,000. So the next step is 400,000. And now are we trying to determine a value in the past or the current value? Well, today's value is 400,000. So we're trying to figure out how much we purchased it for 3 years ago. So we're going to do 400,000 divided by 0.94. And we bought it for $425,532 using the straight line method. That's how we figure it out. Now, that same problem, if they told you to use the compound method, the only thing that's different is instead of doing this rate of depreciation times the number of years that it depreciated over, we would, instead of subtracting 6%, we would subtract the rate of depreciation, which is 2%. As you can see here, 100% minus the 2% is 0.98. And then we would do the math problem that we did here. We would do that math problem 3 times, once for every year. You see the difference? And straight line just takes the rate of, it's the easier method. They take the rate of depreciation times the number of years, subtract it from 100, and then you take that number, the value of the property, and use that rate to figure out how much you purchased it for. In the compounding method, it's a little more accurate. You're gonna take the rate of depreciation, which was 2%, subtract it from 100, and then we're gonna do that math problem once for every year. So we bought it for 400,000. Once again, we're trying to figure out a value in the past, how much you bought it for. So then we're gonna divide. If I told you how much we purchased it for and I asked how much it's worth today, you would be multiplying, but instead you're dividing by 0.98. Gives you that 1 year ago. Take that number, divide it by 0.98 again. Gives you that number 2 years ago. Take that number, divide it by 0.98, and 3 years ago, you bought this property for $424,993. It's close, but they're not the same. Right? So you got to figure out if you're using the straight line method or the compound method. And how would you know that? They would tell you in the question. And if they didn't tell you in the question, which method are you going to use?
Straight.
The straight line, the easier method right here, or the method. It's not easier, it's just less steps, right? Over here, you do the problem 3 times. Over here, you do it once, right?
So they will specify it in the question, use the compound method?
Yes, they will. Here, I got the question here again. Here's another one. If you purchased the property 3 years ago, it's the same type of thing. Here, I got the instructions again on the side. If you purchased the property 3 years ago and it depreciated in value 2% per year, and today's value is $380,000, using the compound method, how much did you purchase it for? You see that?
Yeah.
So you take, when you're trying to determine value, you always start by writing 100% because you're trying to determine all of it, 100% of it. So 100% minus, why are we subtracting?
Because it's depreciating.
Exactly, because it said it depreciated. So we're going to subtract from its value. If I said it appreciated, we'd be adding to its value. So it's 0.98. So if we bought it for 380, are we trying to determine a value in the past? Guys, you there?
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay. You're trying to determine a value in the past?
Yes.
Well, then we're going to divide by 0.98. 1, 2, 3 times, once for each year. Okay. Now this one's a little bit different. This problem here says if you purchased the property 3 years ago, it sounds the same so far, for $380,000, and it depreciated in value 2% per year. Using the compound method, how much is it worth today? Whoa, 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 what changed here? This problem said today's value is $380,000. How much did you buy it for? This question says you bought it for $380,000. How much is it worth today? You see, so it's a little bit different. If you're trying to figure out a current value, you don't divide, you multiply. So you still take the 380 times 0.98, and you do that once for each year. That means today's value is 357, 653, if you bought it for 380. You guys see how these are 2 entirely different questions, but they sound very similar? This question it tells you how much you bought it for and wants to know how much the property's worth today. This question says how much it's worth today. How much did you buy it for?
Got it.
All right, so let me see. I got some more math. Okay, so questions with depreciation. Okay, so once again, here I give you a side-by-side of the compound method and the straight line method. A property was purchased 3 years ago, depreciated 2% per year using the compound method. If today's value is 290, how much did you purchase it for? Well, it depreciated 2% per year. What are you going to do? Well, if it's a compound method, you're going to subtract the 2% from 100. That's step 1. Then you're going to do the math. Step 2, you're going to do the math problem once for each year to figure out how much you bought it for. 290 divided by 0.98 gives you that. Divide by 0.98 gives you that. Divide that by 0.98 gives you that. So when trying to figure out a value in the past, you divide. When trying to figure out a current or future value, you multiply. Therein lies that difference. And I have all those steps given to you on that slide right here. Depreciating, you're going to subtract from 100%. Appreciated, you add to 100%. If you're determining a value in the past, you divide. If you're determining a current or future value, you always multiply. Now you understand how these instructions apply after you've seen it in the math problems?
Yes.
And look, I got a bunch of problems if you guys want to practice them, a bunch of different math problems here at the end of that slideshow for chapter 16. All right. And I also have the math how to study guide, and there's questions at the back of the chapter too. You got those quiz questions if you want to practice them as well. Let me see. Should I put anything different here? So I got some examples here. Here, maybe the way I wrote it here. Put a little guide like this: divide for the past, multiply for the future, add for appreciation from 100%, subtract for depreciation. All right. All right, so we're going to do chapter 17, which has another type of problem. We're going to have one math problem in that entire chapter. So let's bang it out. We could get that chapter done in under an hour and then be out of here early today, okay?
Okay.
So I guess it would help if I opened up that chapter slideshow, wouldn't it? Get to the slideshows. Chapter 17. And then we'll just have chapters 18, 19, and 21 left for next week. And we could get through them. Well, chapter 18, it seems like a long chapter, but we could get through that one fairly quickly. There's not a whole lot of content other than reading it as a story, which I would suggest that you guys try reading chapter 18 during the week. And you can see, I could tell you what things to highlight too even, but we'll see, we'll play it by ear. All right, so chapter 17, investment and business brokerage. This chapter is going to talk about selling a business, and it's going to use investor lingo with any kind of investments. And then we're going to see how we apply it to real estate. We're going to talk about tax benefits of real estate as the investment vehicle, I guess. And what are some of the disadvantages? So what are some of the advantages of investing in real estate? Well, what's the purpose of any investment is to generate some sort of a return on that investment, right? Now, leverage is using borrowed money to make more money. Okay, that's leverage. Here. As you can see on the first page, traditionally real estate investments have shown an overall rate of return generally higher than the prevailing interest rate charged by mortgage lenders. Return includes the total income, both direct cash flow and indirect benefits such as depreciation and appreciation for taxation purposes that you could write off on your taxes. All right, if held for a long enough period of time, the asset will yield a greater return if the value of the property goes up, right? Then it costs to finance the purchase of it. Using borrowed money this way is called leverage. Now, inflation, using inflation as a hedge. Okay,
basically property values go up with the market simply by holding on to the property for a period of time. So when you buy the properties, that's also explaining one of the principles of leverage, right? You're using inflation. So you buy the property, and how do you earn income on a property? Well, you can either rent it out. That's one source of income. You could hold on to that property and do no repairs or anything to it at all, and use inflation as a hedge. Basically, that means that as inflation goes up, your property value is going to go up. And that means that you're going to, by the time you're ready to sell that property, it inflates in value, and you'll sell it at a profit, hopefully, after paying that financing charges as well, which are pretty hefty, right? Remember, you can write off your interest every year on your taxes and any costs to maintain the investment property, because that's a business expense, right? That will help offset your income or your expenses anyway. All right, so what are some of the disadvantages of having real estate as the investment? Well, real estate's not highly liquid over the short period of time. What does that mean? You're not going to buy real estate this week and sell it next week at a profit. You'll probably take some sort of a loss. You sold it too quick. In order for it to increase in value, you're going to have to wait a longer period of time, because markets fluctuate over a period of time. Unless you forced an increase of that value by doing a fix and flip, right? But still, it's going to take more than a week to do that. All right. See, stocks and bonds, they say unlike stocks and bonds. You know, stocks and bonds, you could buy stocks in the morning and, you know, within an hour, they're all over the place, the price of them, right? All right. So if you want a quick return, an immediate return, it's not going to happen with real estate. It takes a little bit longer. It requires expert legal advice and tax information for filing your taxes. And there's a high level of risk involved if you don't know what the hell you're doing. So the investment, property held for appreciation is generally expected to increase in value and to show a profit when it's sold at some future date. Income property is held for producing income as well as profit on the sale. Cash flow is what we refer to as that spendable income. If you have an income producing property that you're renting out, cash flow is spendable income after all your expenses have been paid. So cash flow, I guess you could say, is the net income, right?
Real quick, the slideshow is not on your screen. If you meant to put it on your screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
It's okay,
Yeah.
no problem.
All right. So basically what you missed is, well, you missed this, you know, what this chapter, some of the things that are in the chapter, what the advantages are, what the disadvantages are, like I just explained them to you. And we're going to highlight these right now. Highlight on page 296, disadvantages of real estate investment, the first two sentences that talk about, unlike stocks and bonds, real estate's not highly liquid over a short period of time. This means that an investor cannot usually sell real estate quickly without taking some sort of a loss. And then we're going to go down to the real estate as the investment. There they talk about appreciation and income property, but I'm not going to have you highlight that. But I will have you highlight under cash flow, the first sentence. The object of owning income property is to generate spendable income we call cash flow. You want that cash flowing, right? Oh, yeah.
I have a question.
Go.
So if you have your real estate license, are you able to also be a real estate investor? Because I know you're gonna laugh. I was told I cannot
wholesale houses anymore, or do fix and flips if I have my license, because I can get sued.
Why can't you get sued now?
Because I don't know, well, I don't have my license yet, but I
So?
think.
So you
it
think
was
somebody can't sue
explained-
you now because you don't have a license?
Well, of course, I think they can, but they said because as a wholesaler, you're getting a property at a discount price. As a real estate agent, you're getting it for retail price. So they said that. If
Listen,
I have, go ahead.
listen. Do not take the advice of other people who don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Mhm. I could do that.
There's a lot of haters out there. There's a
Mhm.
lot of people that love giving advice that are clueless. You know, misery loves company, right?
Yes. That's very true.
If the people that are giving you all this great advice, they better be stupid rich.
Are you
I
asking
think
me that?
you just answered your own question right there.
Yes, yes. Okay, so I could still do it. I'm making sure that everything is in writing, so that if anyone goes to sue me or whatever the case is, you've taught me now that everything is now in writing. Whether it's a verbal, I just send a quick email just to double check and that it's in writing.
And disclose your interest and treat everybody fairly and honestly. And you got nothing to worry about.
Okay.
Now, you're talking about wholesaling.
Mhm.
That always grabs my ear.
Okay.
Because there has been something that came about, and there's so many people out there that get involved in this thing that they call wholesaling, that
Well, a
has
lot of
nothing to do with wholesaling.
Mhm.
Their definition of wholesaling is this new industry that they put out there altogether on their own, where they get in between a property owner who may be on hard financial times and in risk at losing their property, and they get them to sign away their rights to sell their own property to the so-called wholesaler, who will then try to get in between them and find a buyer. Wait, isn't it the real estate agent's job to find a buyer?
Yes.
So this wholesaler gets in there to try to find a buyer. How do they make their money? They try to find a buyer with a high enough markup on the property to earn money. So basically they say, homeowner, I'm going to get you out of this property that you're in danger of losing. I'm going to negotiate with your bank, like the real estate agent would be doing. And I am going to, I'm going to get you whatever money it is that they want. And then I get to keep anything above that amount. Only I get to choose what offers are going to get accepted and you don't. Because I'm only going to accept an offer that yields me enough money that'll be satisfactory to my appetite. So wait a minute. Isn't there a possibility then there that an offer could come in that's acceptable for the lender, that would be able to sell, the homeowner would be able to sell their property and avoid foreclosure and be out of the problem? And that they could just ignore that offer though, because it wasn't enough for them to make money off of it too. And then no other offers come on the table that are acceptable, and the person ends up getting foreclosed on, and that wannabe investors like, whatever, I didn't make any money off of it. But in the meantime, you got somebody who got foreclosed on. Is that helping them out? No, you're actually screwing over homeowners when people do that. That's the wannabe wholesaler. What real wholesaling is, and by the way, you guys should not work with people like that. You should not allow these wholesalers to get in between you and your client. Your job is to be negotiating with the bank. You charge a commission for that. Your job's not to let somebody else in between them, okay? And try to get a high enough markup, and that could jeopardize that homeowner's ability to get out of that house and avoid foreclosure. So what real wholesaling is when you go to a bank who has a couple of bank-owned properties that we call REO, they're foreclosed properties, they're already owned free and clear by the bank. and you say, hey, I want to buy 5 of them. Can I get a discounted price if I buy 5 properties at once? And they give it to you at a wholesale rate at a lower cost. That's wholesaling. That's what real wholesaling is. Wholesaling is not when you're trying to get in between a homeowner and their and any potential buyers to be the one who gets the homeowner to sign away their rights to be able to sell their own house. Because you're trying to make a markup, kind of like take the place of an agent and get paid for helping them without having a license. A lot of those activities of those types of wholesalers are questionable. Okay. So I don't know what kind of wholesaling you're involved in, but a lot of the people that are involved in that wholesaling don't make money. Just the guy who hires all these people and starts, well, he doesn't hire anybody. He tells them, hey, you want to be in the wholesaling? Come to my seminar. I'll tell you how to do it. You do this, you do that. You know what? You could work with me and I'll show you the ropes. And you run around, you get all these people who are in danger of losing their properties. And then when you manage to get them to sign one of these assignment agreements, then if it ever closes, I may give you a little cut of it. Okay. Basically, most of those people that do the legwork and running around, they basically get tired of doing all of that legwork and turn to something else because they're not really making squat. And that wholesaler, they usually don't make a lot of money either. And when they do, it's because usually they're screwing people over. And it's very questionable, and they often get sued or will sooner or later. All right. Hope I answered your question good.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You can make the whole industry.
You can make, yeah, you can make as much money or probably even more just working as a real estate agent, doing your thing, charging commissions, and even splitting it with your broker, and still guaranteed to make more money than doing that other thing. All right. And you'll be able to sleep with a good conscience. All right. So pyramiding through refinancing. What is that? It's not a pyramid scheme, okay? I know we all heard of pyramid schemes before, okay? This is not what this is. Pyramiding through refinancing is, let's read the definition, then I'll explain it to you a little bit clearer. You keep refinancing to drain equity out of your property to buy another investment property, so all your assets are highly mortgaged. Can you agree that you could buy a house with having relatively little cash these days? I mean, using an FHA loan, how much money do you need to have to put down?
3,500.
No, 3.5%.
Oh, 3.5%.
3.5% of whatever the value of the property is, right? So you put down 3.5% using an FHA loan to buy a 4-family house. You fill it with renters other than your unit, of course, because it's supposed to be owner occupied. And then as you generate income from renting it out and paying down the mortgage, or saving up the money from that rental and just paying the mortgage and keeping that profit, and then using that profit to maybe buy another 4-family house that you're going to move into, and then rent out your old unit from that 4-family house, right? So you're going to refinance that 4-family house that you're moving out of into a conventional loan, then use another FHA loan, which only requires 3.5% down, to buy another property. And you keep doing this over and over again. You could find yourself owning real estate in a grand scheme of things, a fairly short period of time. You could find yourself owning millions of dollars of real estate. Only problem is it's all highly mortgaged because you keep draining out the equity to use it as a down payment to buy more properties. Okay. That is pyramiding through refinancing. Nothing wrong with it. It's just one strategy. You know? There's a lot of schemes that people do, though, to investors do. You know, once you have a little bit of experience of buying a house, fixing it and flipping it, it's easy to get property. Like if you're buying homes to fix and flip, this is talking about buying them to hold them for rental income. But it's easy to buy homes to fix them and flip them. You only need a little bit of cash to buy a home, right? We established that. Couple grand. All right. I don't know about you guys, but I get faxes on my fax machine on a regular basis that are offering personal loans. You probably even have credit cards that are offering them. You know, well, you could get a loan right now for a business loan or whatever, unsecured, unchecked loan for up to $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. Okay. So you could actually use that money as a down payment to buy a property. Now, you could actually, but you're going to need more money to fix up the property and flip it. So you could go and get one of these investors loans to fix and flip properties, but they usually require that investor to put down 10 or 20%. Well, guess what? You can use that small personal loan. You get the money from that as the money to put down your 10 or 20%, and then they give you the other 80%. So basically, you're not using any of your own money to invest in a property. But you better make sure that you're going to make enough income off of the sale of that property to pay back the 2 loans and their interest and walk away with some profit at the end of the day. As long as you keep track of your numbers and everything's right, you could do this and you could start building relationships with them, and then start getting it at lower interest rates, and they don't look into you as much and they just give you the loans after a while. All right. Anyway, past that tip. Income tax issues for home sellers. Always refer people to their accountants for legal advice, or for their attorneys for legal advice, their accountants or attorneys for tax advice, right? Both the federal and state government have exclusions from capital gains taxes from the profit of a sale of a primary residence. We learned about this, I believe we learned about this already in an earlier chapter, that if you live in a property for 2 out of the last 5 years and you sell it, you can, if you're a single filer, you get a $250,000 exclusion on capital gains tax from any profit on the sale of that property. And if you're a married couple filing jointly, you have a $500,000 capital gains tax exclusion from the profit. So you could have up to $500,000 profit on the sale, and you pay 0 state or federal income taxes on the profit of that, if you lived in that house 2 out of the last 5 years before you sold. You get some people who are single that they do this. They'll buy an investment property and they'll move into it, or they'll have it registered as their primary residence anyway, while they're fixing it up, and they'll hold on to that property for 2 or at least 2 years, and then when they sell it, they don't have to pay any state or federal income taxes on it because it was their primary residence for at least 2 years. So it's all profit, non-taxable. Not too bad, eh? Now, if the owner lived in the house for less than 2 years before selling it, the IRS may sometimes give them a deduction if they were forced to sell due to a hardship. And the kinds of hardships that they would allow are job losses or transfers, health reasons, death, divorce, or multiple births that would have forced the sale of that property earlier. Sellers must pay income taxes on the sale of any investment property, but not for your primary residence. But not for a primary residence, which isn't an investment. It's your home. So tax benefits, don't listen. The only reason why I threw this slide back in here, we had this in an earlier chapter when we went over taxes. I brought it in again because we're going to talk about another type of tax break. They're called 1031 exchanges. A 1031 exchange allows an investor to defer paying income taxes if they reinvests in another similar like-kind property. So they could defer paying income taxes. I'm gonna make it a tweak to this. Allows an investor to defer paying income taxes on the profit of the sale of an investment property. If they reinvest it in another similar like-kind investment property, they wouldn't have to pay income taxes until they eventually realize the gain by selling and cashing out. Right? I'll explain it. I'm going to paint a picture. I'm going to do a math problem on it. So strict timelines must be followed. Yeah, I've got a math problem coming up on there, or at least I could show it to you how it works. So strict timelines must be adhered to, otherwise the investor will lose the tax deferment and they have to pay capital gains tax on the sold investment property. So what are they explaining here? Let's just say I buy an investment property, I buy an apartment building. Let's say I want to move to Florida. I'm sick and tired of Jersey, I want to get out of here, and I decide I'm going to move to Florida. Instead of me having to find another property investor owner that maybe got a property in Florida that wants to trade the property with me in Jersey, we don't have to do that. That would just be crazy. The IRS would allow you to sell your investment property here in New Jersey and purchase another investment property, similar like-kind investment, another real estate investment down in Florida. Then I would not have to pay any taxes on the profit of that sale because I reinvested all that money back into the other property, if that property would use up all that money. Otherwise, I would only pay taxes on the money that I cashed out and realized the gain on and put it in my pocket that I could spend. Does that make sense? Now, in order to do this, you should have a tax attorney or a CPA involved to do the communication with the IRS and filing the paperwork with the IRS. So we're going to have a little team. It's going to be me, their tax attorney or CPA, and the investor. Now, the investor must notify the IRS that you're going to be doing the 1031 exchange when they sell their original investment property. The IRS then gives that investor 45 days to identify another investment property that they want to purchase. And then the IRS gives them an additional 180 days to close on that purchase. These are strict deadlines. If they miss any of these dates, then they're going to have to pay the taxes on the profit of that investment that they sold, the investment property that they sold. It's very important for you guys as real estate agents. If you're working with an investor that's doing a 1031 exchange, you need to be aware of the date timelines. You need to meet the goals of these strict deadlines that the IRS implements. The CPA or the tax attorney will tell you what dates you need to accomplish these goals by, but you need to get certain things done. We need to find another property within 45 days, and then we need to close on it within 180. All right? You don't need to memorize these dates. You don't need to know those time periods for exam. You just need to know for exam that a 1031 exchange is a deferment from the from paying the profit, the taxes on the profit of the sale of an investment property when you reinvest it into another similar like kind investment. So let's highlight exchanges. The title on page 297, and write the number 1031 in front of it, because technically it's a 1031 exchange. 1031 is a section in the IRS tax code that would, it's what I just explained. It's section 1031 of the IRS tax code that would allow this type of an exchange for a tax deferment. Now, there's a term called boot. So we're going to highlight real estate, the first sentence here. Real estate investors can defer taxation of capital gains, the profit on the sale by a like-kind property exchange. Highlight, note the tax is deferred. It's only deferred. That means that when they eventually sell the property, probably years and years later, when they cash out then, they're going to have to pay taxes for any profit that they realize on the property. All right, let's go down to the last paragraph and the fourth line at the end of the line. We're going to highlight the investor must identify. Actually, you don't have to highlight that, but that's where I explain about the timelines. The investor has to identify the property and then close on it. You guys don't need to highlight that. That's all you need to know for exams. Turn the page. Page 298.
For boot, it's the first sentence on the page.
On page 298, yes. You're going to highlight the first sentence on page 298 for boot. When the property being bought, the replacement property costs less than the one being sold. The difference in price is known as boot. And boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. It's a taxable gain. How you guys like that saying? Boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. It's like pirate booty, money.
Gotcha.
All right. So what's a capital gain? Taxable profit on a sale. Boot is that capital gain when you're doing a 1031 exchange and you're cashing out on some of the money. I'm going to show you how that occurs on the next slide. Let's first highlight capital gain is taxable profit on an investment. This is just some lingo we're learning. What is a basis? Well, it's not just for real estate, it's for any kind of investor. This is investor lingo. A basis is the investor's initial cost for whatever it is that they're investing in. It's their base price, I guess you can look at it as, right? So highlight the basis of a property is the investor's initial cost. Under basis on the first line, the second sentence. The basis of a property is the investor's initial cost for the real estate. Now, I'm not going to have you highlight anything with under adjusted basis, but I'll explain it so you understand it. The adjusted basis would be if you bought a property, that's your basis. Whatever you paid to get that property, that's your basis. That's your base price. That's your investor's initial cost. But say the property needed some repairs. Well, if you add your repair cost onto the purchase price, that would be the adjusted basis. It's the cost plus improvements is the adjusted basis. So when you're calculating your capital gain, so basically if I'm selling a property now, let's just say that I bought a property for, now let me give you a little visualization on a slide somewhere. Let me pull up a blank slide somewhere. All right. let's say I bought a property for $300,000. This is my basis, right? And then I dumped $100,000 of improvements in it, right? So the basis plus improvements would equal the adjusted basis. So now if I sell this property for $450,000, there's a $50,000 capital gain. Right? So this is the taxable money, right? This $50,000 is what's taxable. The base price minus the money that you put into the property, or base price plus the money you put into the property plus the improvements equals the adjusted basis. Subtract, and then you sell it for $450,000. 450 minus the 400 is $50,000 profit, which is capital gain. That's taxable income. Pretty easy to understand, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yep.
So a 1031 exchange is a way that an investor can avoid paying those capital gains. So if they bought another property that was $450,000, they would pay zero income tax on that because they reinvested all of the money. But if they sold it for $400,000 and or if they sold it for $450,000 and reinvested it all, they'd pay zero income tax. If they sold it for $400,000, they're cashing out on $50,000 or $450,000. They're cashing out on $50,000. They got to pay taxes on that $50,000. You follow? So if they bought another investment property for $450,000, they're reinvesting all the money. They don't have to pay any income taxes on it. If they bought another property for $400,000, they're still cashing out on $50,000 of the profit. So they still need to pay income tax on the $50,000. Here's an example of how it works. What is boot? Well, when doing a 1031 exchange and the replacement property costs less than the sold investment property, the difference in boot, the difference is boot, and boot is loot, and all loot is taxable. So if they have a base price of $300,000 as the initial cost, they added 100 grand in their improvements, the adjusted basis is 300 plus 100 is 400, right? Now, they're able to sell that property for $600,000. That's a $200,000 capital gain. Y'all with me?
Yes.
Now, if the next investment property that they reinvested in only cost $500,000, they're cashing out on $100,000 right now, right? That $100,000 is boot. That's the taxable income, which is capital gain that they cashed out. See how that works? So depreciation is what we're going to have a math problem on now. What is depreciation? It's a loss of value due to any cause or any condition. But in this chapter, when we talk about depreciation, we're talking about it as an accounting concept.
So depreciation is a way to deduct the cost of your investment for taxation purposes. It's not an actual loss of the value of the property. For instance, you guys are going to be real estate agents. If you buy a new laptop to use for business, is that laptop a business expense?
Yes,
Can you write it off on your taxes then?
yes,
Okay. What about if you buy a larger item like a car and
um,
you use that for business? Can you write it off on your taxes if you only use it for business? You don't, it's a second car that you're only going to use for business. Can
yes,
you write off that vehicle 100% on your taxes?
yes,
Yes. But you cannot do it in 1 year. Larger things like that have to be depreciated. It's an asset that needs to be depreciated over a period of years. You won't be able to write off large purchases like that in a single year. It has to be depreciated over a period of time.
what do you mean by that?
So what I mean is, well, for a car, I believe it's 7 years. So if you buy a new car that costs you $35,000, you can't write off $35,000. Let's say that you make $100,000 a year in income. You cannot subtract $35,000 in that 1 year from your income and then have the tax and then pay taxes on that. So if you have $100,000 income, subtract $35,000 from it, and then only pay taxes on $65,000 income. Because the IRS won't allow you to write all that off in 1 year. This is for an asset that needs to be depreciated over a period of years. For a vehicle, it's 7 years. So you have to divide this by 7 years. 35,000 divided by 7 years is you're allowed to write off $5,000 per year for the next 7 years on your taxes. You understand? So what I mean is, if you earn $100,000 a year, you can subtract $5,000 a year for that vehicle purchase, reducing your taxable income to $95,000 a year. So now you only pay taxes on $95,000 instead of $100,000, and you could take this deduction for the next 7 years. Real estate is similar. So in real estate, depreciation is an accounting concept in that regard. Let's go back to the slideshow. Did you get what I explained so far?
Yes,
Okay, so depreciation is an accounting concept where to deduct the cost of an improvement for an investment property and the initial cost of that investment over a period of years. To deduct the cost, I should say, and improvement.
so where do you learn how to write these things off on your taxes? Like, because I would have never known about having to write a car off for 7 years, or each car is 7 years. And
You don't need to know all this stuff. Get a tax professional to file your taxes for you.
Okay, I have that.
You know the fee that you pay the tax professional
Yes.
is tax deductible?
Wait, but why do I still have to pay my accountant then?
Well, no, that fee that that's your tax professional, is your accountant.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do they file your taxes at the end of the year for you?
Yes,
You know the fee that you pay that accountant?
yes.
You could write that off on your taxes. If your accountant is not writing off your accountant's fee on your taxes the next year for the previous year's taxes that they did, get another accountant, because they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Hold on, wait. So I, for instance, give my taxes to my accountant every year. They're supposed to be writing off that fee in there? Wait.
Well, not for that year.
For,
because they're
Next-
preparing the taxes for the previous year. So the next year that you have that accountant prepare your taxes, the fee that you paid them to prepare the taxes the previous year,
Mhm.
that's deductible that you paid for the last year.
Okay, so usually I just pay them like $100 something for them to do it.
That's that's tax deductible.
Wait, so now you're basically telling me that I have fucked myself, pardon my language. Or I should just get a whole new accountant.
Just get another accountant. If they're not taking all the deductions that are due to you, then they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing.
Wait, so do you have any accountant recommendations?
I don't recommend anybody ever.
Gee,
All right. Listen, you guys could probably get software that'll do a better job than your accountant then.
holy shit. Well, thank you for that.
You're welcome. Yeah, no, accountants are hard to find. Most accountants that I came across suck. You know, actually, you know what? I do know one accountant actually that's not bad, but let me get her permission to give out her information. I mean, she probably won't be mad about it, but I don't know if she prepares taxes or if she's just an ongoing accountant for businesses. So I got to ask her about that.
Okay, that works.
Okay. But other than that, I mean, you know, TurboTax, you know,
You have that?
they
Oh.
give you instructions and you can consult with the person live there too. But, you know, you could probably really get a good accountant if you shop around, but they're hard to find. And usually you won't find out until you figure out that this guy sucked. And then you got to find someone else the next year, you know, it's a lot of searching. It's hard. Those guys, they got to keep up on the tax law. And that stuff's always changing too. So it's kind of tough to find a good one. And when you do find a good one, they're expensive. But keep in mind, the fee that you pay to them will be deductible. Here, ask that question to your accountant. Hey, is the fee I pay you tax deductible? Then how come you haven't been deducting that on my taxes?
Well, that's basically what I'm gonna go ask today. So I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah. Say you're supposed to be taking all the deductions that are available to me. Otherwise, what the hell am I hiring you for? Why don't I just go to a H&R Block, right?
That is true.
Or get the TurboTax. It will probably get me more deductions than you did. So anyway, so deduct the costs. Depreciation's accounting concept to deduct the cost of an investment and any improvements on the investment property for taxation purposes. There we go. I adjusted that definition a little bit. All right. So you cannot, it's not the actual loss of value on the property. It's not counted as an actual loss on the property. It's used to reduce the taxable income before your taxes are computed. A property's value cannot be depreciated or deducted all at once, like I explained with the car. The asset has to be depreciated over a period of years. They call this the economic lifespan of an improvement for real estate. So for real estate, if you buy an investment property that's residential property, it could be deducted over the next 27.5 years. If it's commercial property, it's 39 years. So how does that work? I want you guys to highlight the title on the top of page 299, depreciation. And I want you to write economic lifespan of an improvement next to it, because that's the wording that they usually use on exam. And then highlight the first sentence there, but put a highlighted box around the entire paragraph. So here's an example of how to calculate the depreciation problem for math. This is usually a state exam question. I'm actually going to enter it in as a school exam question at some point into our database. I'm going to make a note to do that now. Depreciation. So here's the way the question would be worded on state exam. If a property's estimated value is $500,000 and the land is estimated at 150 to be worth $150,000, how much would be depreciated over 3 years if the asset has an economic lifespan of 27.5 years? So basically, we all know that land cannot be depreciated. So we have to subtract the value of the land from the total property value, giving you an improvement value of $350,000. You all with me so far?
Yes.
And then you take that $350,000 and divide it by 27.5 years, 27 and a half years, which is the economic lifespan. If it was a commercial property, they would have given you 39 years. And so $12,727.27 per year can be, you could reduce your taxable income by. So if you make $100,000 a year, you could subtract $12,727.27 from it, and whatever's left over is what you calculate your taxes based on. You got it? Now, the question here was, how much could be depreciated over 3 years? So you have one more step, times it by 3. And the answer would be $38,181.82. Pretty simple problem though, right? If we remember that land can't depreciate and you have to subtract the land value from the total value. That's the trick to this problem. Now you know how to do it. And if you know the trick, that's half the battle. Not that hard after all, right? Maybe.
Okay, what did you say? I'm sorry.
I say it's not that hard of a problem. It's you just need to know the little trick here that you cannot depreciate the value of the land. You have to know to subtract the value of the land from the total value before you do this, dividing it by 27 and a half years. Okay.
Okay.
But it's not really a trick if you know it. Right?
Yes.
So this isn't really a hard math problem after all, right?
Yeah, math and me don't really get along.
Well, 500,000, the total value, you know that land can't be depreciated. So subtract the value of the land from the total and then divide it by the economic lifespan, 27 and a half years. Okay.
Oh, this is the
This is
math.
the actual math problem right here that you would get. This is the way the question would be worded, and this is the way you would figure it out.
Okay.
So this is all you would see on exam is this top part, is this word question.
Mm-hmm.
So you would need to subtract 150 from the 50,000, divide it by 27 and a half years, then times it by 3. That's the answer.
And why 3?
Because the question said it depreciated, how much would it depreciate over 3 years?
Okay.
See, if it just said how much could you depreciate each year? Well, that would be the answer here. But this question said how much would be depreciated over 3. So just times that by 3.
Okay, I see. Understandable.
Okay.
Got it.
Federal tax law, you know what? We're not going to get into federal tax law because every time a president changes, they're changing tax law, right? And right now, it seems like they want to raise the taxes on us like crazy. So I don't know what the hell the tax law is. I tell you to refer people to a tax professional. So I'm not even going to get into this.
Now, tax credits, though, you should understand. We went over what depreciation as an accounting concept is. It's the way that you could reduce your taxable income before the tax is computed, right? So basically, if your income is $100,000 a year, you have $100,000 that is taxable income, right? But if you have a property you purchased and you could deduct 12,727 a year, you could subtract this from the 100,000, and then whatever's left over, you calculate your taxes based on that amount. You understand that? Like the car example.
Sort of, kind of.
Sure. If you're making $100,000 a year and you could deduct, what was it? 12,727, 12,727. Let's just keep it at that. You could deduct that each year, then you just subtract that. So $100,000 a year.
What is the top number?
12,727 is 87,273. This is how much is taxable. You can tax that.
What is the top number again?
This is your income.
Okay.
And this is minus expenses. Or an amount that, in this case, it's the amount that you could depreciate, which is your expenses. Expenses, business expenses are, you could depreciate them on your taxes. That means you could subtract them from your income before you compute your taxes. So this is the amount that's taxable right here.
So even gas?
Well, on your car, it depends on the percentage that you're using it for business use. So if you have a separate car that's only used for business purposes, all the expenses on that car are deductible. Gas, maintenance, taxes, gas, maintenance, insurance, everything is deductible. It's 100% deductible. Consult with your tax professionals, though. See what I did? I'm not a tax professional, so consult with your tax professionals on that. Now, that's the best way to avoid liability. Refer to the experts, right? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to defer you to the experts. All right. So a tax credit is different than a tax deduction, because a tax credit is a direct reduction in taxes due rather than calculating a deduction from income before the tax is computed, which is what we just did. This is deducting from your income, and then you need to compute your taxes on this amount. A tax credit is directly the dollar, it's a dollar per dollar matching thing. It's more valuable. What do I mean? In this example, this is a deduction from expenses due, right? Now, let's see which one is worth more. In this case, we had $12,727 in expenses that are that taxes can be reduced from your taxable income. And let's say that you're in a 15% tax bracket. That means now your taxes, you're going to be paying taxes on 15% of your income. So you would times this by 15% if you were in a 15% tax bracket. So that's 87,273 times 15%. And then you would have to pay $13,090.95 in taxes. This is before, this is reducing your income before taxes are computed. Reduce income before taxes are computed. And this is a tax credit. Sorry, I got to move the board over. I can't write on that. This is a tax credit. Tax credit is more valuable. How so? Because if we were to do this side by side here, tax credit is if I have $100,000 income and I'm at a 15% tax bracket, I times that by 15%. $100,000 times 15%. That is $15,000 in taxes. However, if I have a $12,727 tax credit, I can subtract $12,727 from taxes due. And then I only pay $2,273 in taxes. Which one is more valuable? A tax credit or a tax reduction or a tax deduction? Over here, I got to pay $13,000 in taxes. Over here, I only got to pay $2,200. So which is better? Tax credit or a reduction of income, a deduction from income before taxes are computed? I just gave you guys an actual example.
Tax credit.
Tax credit's definitely better, right? It's definitely more valuable. And we're talking about the same dollar figure. It's just, are you subtracting it from your income before you calculate the taxes? Or you calculating the taxes and then subtracting this from taxes due? That would be a tax credit. So, tax credits have been provided to taxpayers who renovate historic properties or for non-historic buildings that were placed in service before 1936, they could get tax credits. Or sometimes the government offers tax credits as a stimulus. They have. When we had the mortgage market meltdown, we had a $7,500 tax credit and then another $11,000 tax credit because politicians thought that that would stop the market from dropping. Instead, all they did is they extended how long it took for our market to crash. And they pulled more people into the problem that didn't need to be in it. What do I mean by that? Well, let me show you. Let me pull up that example I have. Net depreciation. Here we go, chapter 17, math. La -dee 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 -dee. $131 exchange. Ah, here we go. In 2006, we had the market crash. 2008, 2009, it really started going steeply down. The property values were dropping like a brick.
politicians said, we got to stop this somehow. Well, it's a natural adjustment. The only reason why property values were going sky high is because politicians around 2001 ignored their own regulatory rules that they put in place so people can be able to afford to borrow more. And so homeowners wanted more. So they artificially inflated the market. They created the problem. So now when that bubble was eventually going to burst, and it did in 2006. And so around here, I think this is about 2010, they offered a tax credit. They're like, oh, we got the problem. We got the answer to the problem. We'll just offer a tax sale. A tax credit to anybody who runs out and buys a property. So we'll offer a tax credit of $7,500. And if enough people run out and buy properties, oh, the market will stabilize and the problem will be gone. Well, they offered that $7,500 tax credit, and it did get enough people to figure, is property values going to continue dropping, or we got to be near bottom by now. So some people went out and they bought properties for that year that they offered the tax credit. And it did flatten the curve, so to speak, for a little while, but you see, it was still on a downward trajectory. So people who bought the properties within that year, well, the tax credit went away about here, and say that they saw those property values kept falling. The person did a short sale to sell the property because they noticed that they were still going to lose. They're like, I don't know, this property values, I'm going to lose out a lot. Let me cut my losses while I can. So they did a short sale and they sold the property and they got out of it. Now the government did not have the answer. They slowed the curve of the steep decline of the market by getting people to come out and buy homes. However, those people then that found themselves in financial jeopardy because the values kept dropping, the ones who had to sell and got out and did a short sale, if they managed to do a short sale, good for them. They avoided foreclosure. They avoided any kind of filing for bankruptcy or anything like that. The only problem is the IRS had a rule that any tax credit, you had to live in the house for at least 3 years. Otherwise, you had to pay all the money back. So people did a short sale, screwed up their credit, lost some money, and then they got a bill at the end of the year for $7,500 from the IRS. You have to pay it in full right now. Otherwise, you're going to face all kinds of steep fines and penalties for paying it late. So the government have the answer, or they just pull more people into the hardship. Then the politicians at the end of that year, they're like, oh no, the property values dropped again very steeply. So politicians are like, oh no, we knew what the problem was, and it worked. We flattened the curve. We didn't throw enough money at the problem, because that's always politicians' answer, right? So they offered another tax credit of this time of $11,000. So buyers were like, it's gotta be near the end of the market now. So this time a lot more people rushed out to buy homes. And it did kind of flatten it. Not completely, but it flattened it more than it did the previous time. But guess what? At the end of the year, when that $11,000 tax credit went away, property values started dropping again. People did another short sale. And this time the IRS came knocking, wanting their $11,000 back, please. So did politicians have the answer to the problem? No. All they did is, if you look at the curve of the market here, overall, market values went up, they started dropping, and they corrected themselves to about the same time where they started the problem. And now property values are starting to creep back up slowly on their own. But banks are starting to offer some of those same programs again. So the increased demand for them is going up a little bit more, especially with interest rates being so low right now. So let's see if the market's just going to be naturally going up and down, or if it's going to get forced up again by politicians who have the answer to everything that end up making the problem worse. So that's how tax credits were actually used in real life. I just wanted to show you the examples.
They were used twice during my career so far. In 2000, I think that was 2010, and then again in 2011 or 12, where they reintroduced it, this time for higher amounts. All right. Installment sales. We learned about installment sales contract. What is installment sales contract also known as? The land contract, kind of like a rent to own, where the owner does not give you the deed until you pay off the full amount owed, right? But the renter has a financial interest in the property called equitable title. But they don't own the property until they pay off that full amount owed. We went over that in chapter 11. So complex tax rules when purchasing and financing property this way, you could deduct the interest on the financing. Consult with a tax professional if you get involved in any of that stuff. All right, so I want you guys to go down to tax credit on page 299 and highlight the first sentence under tax credit. Then at the bottom of the page where it says installment sales, I want you to write land contracts. Page 190, chapter 11. That's where we went over it.
Where is that going?
Page 190, chapter 11.
No, but after which,
Under tax credits, you highlighted I'm sorry, under installment sales,
mhm.
you wrote land contract, because an installment land contract is also known as an installment sales contract. You're making your payments in installments and waiting for the deed. It's a rent to own.
Oh, okay, so installment sales is also a land contract?
Yeah, it's another name, because you're making payments in installments
Mhm.
and you're not going to get the deed until you pay it off.
Okay,
So that's why they call it an installment sales contract. Land contract is seller financing, but it's also known as an installment sales contract because you're making payments in installment and waiting for the deed until you pay off that full amount owed. Real estate investment syndicates. Business organization. It's not a legally formed business entity, a syndicate. We learned about syndicates in chapter 6 or 7. A syndicate is a joining together of 2 or more people to carry out a business project. When the project is done, the syndicate is done. You don't have to formally create paperwork to start a syndicate and register with the state, for example. A joint venture is also not a legally formed business entity. It's just the joining. It's similar to a syndicate, but instead of 2 or more people, it's 2 or more groups or organizations come together to carry out a single project. And when the project is done, the joint venture is done. Okay. A real estate investment syndicate is a business venture in which a group of people pool their resources to own or develop a piece of property. Now, real estate investment syndicates, I'm going to tell you a little bit about them just to keep you out of jail, okay? Sound good? You want to stay out of jail? Okay.
Sounds good.
Now, you guys working in the real estate industry, you're going to be working with a lot of buyers. Some of them are investors. And after a while, you're going to get this eagle eye that you could spot a good investment property a mile away. After you watch investors purchase a property and then they tear part of it down and then they do something to it, you're going to see how to modify things and how they do it. So you're going to figure out, you're going to start to get that eagle eye that you could spot a good investment property a mile away and what they could do with it with minimal expenses. And you're going to get the idea, I want to start doing this if I had the money. Wait, how can I get the money to do this? How about I put an ad out there, like I put an ad in the paper for investors to invest in my project, but that I'm going to own? Wait, how would you get people to invest in a project that you own? Well, you would offer them a percentage of the profits to those investors, right? As a return on their investment, but yet you own the property. Be careful when doing that, because it could be classified as a security. Especially, you got to be careful if those investors are not familiar with real estate as the investment vehicle. Because if it's required to be classified as a security, you have to have special licensing to deal in securities. And this is regulated by the state and the federal government, by the FTC and the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Federal Trade Commission. You're required to have special licensing, and the state of New Jersey even has blue sky laws that regulate this. Such offerings must have a prospectus prepared, warning these investors of the possible risks involved in investing in your investment property here. You're going to be trying to sell them on it, but you're not going to be giving them the warnings on it like you're required to. And that is where you get in trouble, especially if they lose money. You end up going to jail like those Bernie Madoff people who just died, by the way. Guy just died in prison. Then again, he had a big Ponzi scheme, so whatever. All right. Partnerships. We've learned about business partnerships back in chapter 7 on page 111. If you go to the bottom of page 300, the very last paragraph, under forms of syndicates. Second sentence, let's highlight the limited partner stands to lose only as much as they invest. Nothing more. Any general partners are totally, personally responsible for excess losses. So remember what a general partner is? It's somebody who works in the business, the day-to-day, they do all the managerial decisions. They're responsible for any additional debts the business takes on. Limited partners, people who invested in your project, they could only lose the money that they invested in it. You can't come back to them, require them to put more money in. Okay. REITs. You already have something highlighted there, don't you?
Yes.
If you don't highlight real estate investment trust REITs, real estate investors can take advantage of the same tax benefits as mutual fund investors. And that's an exam question. Who do REIT investors get the same tax advantages as? Mutual fund investors. Now, in order to create a REIT, you have to have at least 100 investors, and at least 75% of that trust income has to come from real estate as the investment vehicle. Who says that your retirement plan has to invest in stocks and bonds? Why not invest in a REIT, a real estate project? It can. Do you need to have a real estate license to sell a business?
No.
No, you do not, unless real estate's involved. So let's highlight the next to last sentence that starts with "for this reason." Let's highlight after that. Under business opportunity sales. A person who sells or negotiates the sale of a business for others for a fee is required to be licensed as a real estate broker. The exception is when business is sold without any real estate interest in any form.
Wait, where is this at? I don't know where you just said to highlight. I'm lost right now. Well, I'm on the page though.
Under business opportunity sales,
And what sentence?
next to last. A person who sells or negotiates the sale of a business for others for a fee is required to be licensed. You see that?
Got it.
The exception is when the business is sold without any real estate interest in any form. That's their backward way of saying you don't need a real estate license unless the real estate's involved. And then we still don't prepare the contract on it. Who does? On a commercial property or for a business? An attorney. Turn the page. When you're selling a business though,
certain things need to be talked about and discussed about. We don't actually prepare the contracts for this. Attorneys have to do the business sale contracts. But a lot of things are discussed and have to be discussed about what is going with the business when you're selling it. Fixtures, stock and inventory, business names, customers lists, goodwill, special rights such as copyrights, patents, franchises, licenses, maybe a license like a Picket lottery machine, etc. And those things have to be transferred properly. Do you know how to do it? No. Let attorneys do that. All right, this is the last thing in this chapter, and then we're done. Yep, that's it. So what do you need to know for exams in this section? On the Uniform Commercial Code about bulk transfers on page 302. The UCC, this is not the Uniform Construction Code that deals with the construction of buildings. This is a different UCC that regulates the sale of a business. Pertaining to the Bulk Transfer Act is the part of the UCC, that the Uniform Commercial Code, that we need to deal with. Now, the Uniform Commercial Code states that, well, it's put in place to protect the businesses, the business sellers' creditors from a seller selling the business and then leaving the creditors unpaid. That's fraud. And if you are the real estate agent who helped them perpetrate that fraud, aren't you guilty of that crime too?
Sure.
Say yes. So let's keep you out of jail. So how is that going to happen? How would that happen? Well, the owner says, hey, I'm selling the business and all the machinery and inventories included. But yet they didn't pay for all the machinery and inventory themselves. They got it based on credit. They were making payments on that stuff. But they said it's included in the sale. But yet they didn't own it. And then the buyer makes an offer on that business to purchase it and all the inventory and machinery. And then they find out that they don't own any of it. That's fraud, isn't it? It's a misrepresentation. It's an intentional misrepresentation. All right, so the Bulk Transfer Act is part of Article 6 of the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code. It regulates the transfer of chattel when selling a business. This is business personal property. Its purpose is to prevent fraud when a business is being sold. It requires the business seller to make a list of all outstanding debts to creditors and supply that list to any potential buyers of the business, and then notify the creditors that that business is for sale so that everybody's aware of what's going on. In New Jersey, the Bulk Transfer Act protects the seller's creditors. That you need to know for exam. So the Bulk Transfer Act, who is it protecting? Does it protect the buyer of the business? Yes, but kind of as a side effect. That's like homeowners insurance. Are you required to get homeowners insurance when you get a loan to buy a house?
Yes.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
You said home insurance, right?
Yep.
In case your house burns down or something.
Okay, why?
I'm supposing for the mortgage company.
Okay, so you're insuring their collateral for the loan.
Yes.
Okay, that's correct. All right. So it doesn't insure the buyer and their belongings?
Yes.
But why does the lender require it?
It's
Because it
protecting.
insures their collateral.
Actually, the buyer's belongings inside would be an additional insurance rider. They would have to add that into the coverage of the homeowner's insurance as well for their personal property. So does homeowner's insurance insure the buyer more or their lender?
The lender.
But it also covers the buyer kind of as a side effect too, right?
Absolutely.
So in that regard, just similar to that, in the sale of a business, the Bulk Transfer Act, it's there to protect the seller, the business seller's creditors. But does it also protect the buyer of that business? Yeah, but kind of as a side effect. That's not its main purpose. Its main purpose there is to protect the creditors from fraud perpetrated by the seller who takes the money and runs, basically. They say that all the inventory is included, but they didn't pay the creditors for that inventory yet. You understand how that works? That's an exam question, guys. In the sale of what law regulates the sale of chattel? Business person in a business.
That's the Bulk Transfer Act, right?
The Bulk Transfer Act, correct. Who does the Bulk Transfer Act protect in the sale of a business?
The buyer?
As a
No.
side effect, who does it really protect?
The seller.
Not the seller. The seller is the one that's committing fraud.
The seller's creditors.
The
Oh.
seller's creditors. Get that down. That's an exam question. But you see the two ways I said it could be asked? What law regulates the sale of business personal property called chattel? The Bulk Transfer Act. Who does the Bulk Transfer Act protect in the sale of a business? The seller's creditors.
All right, can you explain that real quick? About it protecting the seller's creditors?
Yeah, I just did. The seller sells the business. And they say all the machinery and all of the supplies are included in the sale.
Oh yeah, I got that part. I got that part. But who are the sellers? Who are the creditors?
The ones who gave the seller, the business owner who's selling the business, they gave them the inventory and the machinery that they were making payments to them.
Oh, okay, I get it.
But they didn't pay them off on it. They still owe them money on it.
Okay, it all came together now.
Okay. Any other questions? Everybody get that? Everybody got that?
Yes.
All right. So let's go down and let's highlight now, and then we'll do the key terms and we're done. The second paragraph highlights in the second sentence, the Bulk Transfer Act is designed to protect creditors from fraud perpetrated by a business owner who sells the business, including the equipment and stock, and then disappears, leaving the creditors unpaid.
Which paragraph is that?
Second paragraph, second sentence. Under the Bulk Transfer Act there.
Second paragraph, second sentence.
The Bulk Transfer Act is designed to protect creditors from fraud perpetrated by the business owner. See it?
Okay, got it.
Okay. And then go down to the last paragraph on the page and highlight on that first line, Bulk Transfer Act are designed to protect the interest of the buyer as well as the seller's creditors in the sale of a business. Then go to the last line and highlight covered under the Bulk Transfer Acts, just business personal property. And you can write the word chattel at the end of that line, chattels. And then let's do the key terms to review. We are done with this chapter. Thought we were gonna get done with it earlier, but guess not. Okay. Key terms 1, cost plus improvements minus depreciation. Those are all examples of what? When you add them all up, the cost plus improvements minus depreciation.
The adjusted basis.
It is, one is A.
Mhm.
Document transferring ownership of personal property.
No.
Bill of sale.
Bill of sale. 4 is B. How do we transfer ownership of real property?
Isn't that the deed?
With a deed. And we transfer personal property by bill of sale. We learned about that in chapter 5 too. All right, so 4 was B. Extra money received by one party in an exchange.
Capital gain.
Capital gain.
In an exchange.
Oh, an exchange.
Remember the 1031 exchange when you sell an investment property, but yet you cash out on some of the money? What do you call that extra money that you cash out on?
Depreciation? No. Capital, no, cash flow.
You guys are right that it is a capital gain, but they have a special name for it.
Boot.
Boot. Boot
The
is
boot
loot,
is the
and
boot.
all loot is taxable. It's a capital gain. When you're doing a 1031 exchange, it's a difference in price, right? If you don't reinvest all that money into the next property, you're cashing out on it. It's a capital gain called boot. All right. 5 is C. Increase in value.
Appreciation.
Appreciation.
2 is D. Initial cost of real estate.
Basis.
The basis. 3 is E. A law regulating sale and financing of business personal property.
Bulk transfer act.
Thank you for getting that. 6 is F, the Bulk Transfer Act. Money left from rental income after expenses are paid.
Capital gain.
Cash flow.
After all expenses are paid, it's cash
Oh,
flow.
okay.
It's cash flow. 8 is G. Profit on the sale of an asset.
Capital gain.
That should be
That's a capital gain. 7 is H. Real estate held for rental income.
Income property.
Income property.
11 is I, income property. Tax deferred mutual transfers of income property.
Exchange.
It's an exchange. 10 is J. 9 is K. It's a horrible, horrible, horrible definition in the book, so I'm not even going to ask it to you. 9 is K. Cash flow, key terms 2. Cash flow plus income tax savings plus appreciation. They're all examples of
Real
a
estate investment syndicate? No.
No. Pyramiding.
listen, cash flow. What is cash flow?
Money that comes weekly, monthly.
Spendable
Yeah.
income. Plus income tax savings. Plus appreciation. What are those all examples of?
Leverage.
Return.
A return.
A return on your investment. 7 is A. Direct deduction from income tax due.
Tax credit.
9 is B, tax credit. Extensive use of borrowed money for purchases.
Go get your food. Extensive use of.
Oh, that's pyramiding. Right.
Pyramiding talked about it, but no,
Pyramiding.
no, it's not
No,
pyramiding, but it's used in pyramiding.
The extensive use of borrow.
Leverage.
I said leverage.
Huh?
Oh, I didn't even hear
I
that.
did
To
say
be honest.
ever.
Oh, you did? I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
The
Two is
baby
C.
been making noise.
Two is C.
Okay.
A fund making real estate investments and selling shares.
Pyramiding?
No,
Real estate investment trust.
real estate investment trust, 6 is D. A group
I just love-
pooling resources to buy real estate. What do you call a group that pools their resources to buy real estate?
Syndicate.
Syndicate,
Where, okay.
real
A
estate.
real estate investment syndicate, 5 is E. A joining together of 2 or more people to carry out a business project.
Syndicate.
That's a syndicate, 8 is F. A law regulating transfer of business, personal property.
Uniform Commercial Code?
10 is G, the Uniform Commercial Code, which the Bulk Transfer Act is part of. You guys were probably looking for a uniform Bulk Transfer Act, huh? A rate at which investors' top dollar is taxed.
Marginal tax rate.
Marginal tax rate.
3 is H. A refinancing property to buy more of it.
That'd be pyramiding.
That's pyramiding, 4 is I. And sale in which the seller receives the purchase price over a period of years.
Installment
sale.
sale.
An installment sales contract, which is also known as what?
Land contract.
A land contract. There you go.
Hold this right here.
There you go. There's the poll. See you guys next week.
Sounds good. Have a good one.
Good week, y'all.